Atlanta in the late 1970s was gripped by terror. One by one, children vanished from their homes, playgrounds, and neighborhoods. Over 2 dozen lives stolen. Behind the darkness was Wayne Williams, a man whose chilling crimes would haunt a city for years. How did he choose his victims? How did he commit these murders and almost get away with it? Tonight, we uncover the twisted truth of the Atlanta child murders, the methodical cruelty of Wayne Williams, and the investigation that finally brought him to justice. Watch closely, because the details of his crimes are as shocking as they are terrifying. If you'd like more stories like this to appear on your page, please like, comment where you are watching from, and subscribe. There are 15 chapters in this series, each with one picture looping gently. Just close your eyes, relax, and let's dive into the story together. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. A City Gripped by Fear. The beginning of the Atlanta child murders. In the late 1970s, Atlanta was a city in transition. Once known as the city too busy to hate, it was proud of its image as a modern southern metropolis, rising from the ashes of segregation and moving toward progress and racial unity. The streets hummed with new ambition. Black-owned businesses were flourishing, music pulsed from local clubs, and the voices of a confident new generation echoed in classrooms and church halls. But beneath the optimism, another rhythm began to stir, one darker, quieter, and far more chilling. It began with whispers, missing posters on telephone poles, and mothers waiting at bus stops long after the last bus had gone. Children were disappearing, one after another, and soon Atlanta's new dream began to tremble. At first, the disappearances didn't draw much attention. Police saw them as isolated cases, runaway teens, family disputes, perhaps gang entanglements. In 1979, Atlanta had its share of urban problems: poverty, drugs, and neighborhoods caught between hope and hardship. So when a boy failed to return home, few outside the community noticed. But for the families in the predominantly black neighborhoods of Southwest Atlanta, something was wrong. The children were not runaways. They were good kids, loved kids, vanishing without a trace. One mother recalled the last time she saw her son. He was heading to a local arcade with $1 in his pocket. He never came back. The first body was found in July 1979. It belonged to a young boy named Edward Hope Smith, nicknamed Teddy. He was only 14. Beside him lay another victim, Alfred Evans, also 14. Both had been missing for days, and their discovery marked the beginning of a nightmare that would stretch for nearly 2 years. The police were uncertain of what they were dealing with: 2 murders, perhaps unrelated, or something far more sinister. But as summer turned to fall, the pattern deepened. Another child vanished, then another, and another. The faces on the evening news were always the same: young, black, and from working-class families. Their eyes smiled from school portraits, frozen in innocence, while their names were read aloud by newscasters with growing unease. The people of Atlanta began to whisper about a monster. The press called it the Atlanta child murders. At first, the idea that one person could be responsible seemed unbelievable. Serial killers, in the public imagination, were something that happened elsewhere, in northern cities, in horror novels, not here in the heart of the South. Yet as bodies were found in rivers, woods, and remote lots, fear began to wrap itself around the city like fog. Children no longer played outside after dark. Parents drove their kids to school instead of letting them walk. Churches organized patrols. The city, once alive with energy, now pulsed with dread. The authorities were slow to act. The Atlanta Police Department, already stretched thin, struggled to connect the dots. It wasn't until a few journalists and community leaders began to pressure them that the cases were linked together. By early 1980, At least 7 children were dead. The community's grief hardened into anger. Protests erupted, demanding action, demanding answers. Mayor Maynard Jackson, Atlanta's first black mayor and a symbol of the city's new identity, faced immense pressure to bring calm. He ordered a special task force, a coalition of local police, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and the FBI. But even as the task force grew, so did the list of victims. Every week seemed to bring another tragedy. The victims ranged from 9-year-old girls to teenage boys barely out of childhood. Some were found strangled, others dumped in rivers. Clues were few. There were no fingerprints, no witnesses, no clear motive. And then came the rumors that the killings were racially motivated, that perhaps the Ku Klux Klan was involved, or that someone inside the system was covering something up. Fear and suspicion began to split the city along old lines of race and class, reopening wounds that Atlanta had tried so hard to heal. The center of the storm were the families, trapped in grief and disbelief. Many were single mothers working long hours, desperate to keep their children safe in neighborhoods where safety seemed to vanish overnight. They held vigils and marched through the streets holding photos of their lost children. Their pain was amplified by the feeling that no one, not the police, not the media, not the wider nation, truly cared until the death toll grew too large to ignore. And when national attention finally arrived, it came with cameras, questions, and promises that felt as thin as paper. By the winter of 1980, more than a dozen children had been murdered or reported missing. The task force, desperate for leads, began to work around the clock. Still, every discovery seemed to lead to another dead end. Each new body brought the same haunting questions. Who was doing this, and why? The victims shared no clear pattern beyond their age, race, and vulnerability. The murders seemed random yet deliberate, almost ritualistic in their cruelty. The police combed through hundreds of tips, arrested known offenders, questioned drifters, and even looked into cult theories. Nothing held. For the people of Atlanta, especially in the Black community, the sense of terror became almost suffocating. Parents refused to let their children out of sight. Local radio stations aired public service announcements warning kids not to talk to strangers or accept rides. School assemblies ended with prayers for safety. The city's youth, once its pride, had become its most endangered population. Everyone was waiting, watching, dreading the next news report. And yet, amid the despair, there was also defiance. Activists, pastors, and community organizers formed neighborhood watches. Volunteers searched wooded areas and riverbanks. Ordinary citizens began to take on the role of detectives, hoping that one piece of evidence, one overlooked clue, might finally stop the killings. It was a city united in fear, but also in determination. What no one could yet know was that the terror had only just begun, and that soon, all eyes would turn toward one man whose name would forever be linked with the tragedy. As 1980 progressed, Atlanta's anxiety transformed into something deeper, a collective trauma that seeped into daily life. Every neighborhood meeting, church gathering, and school hallway echoed the same worried refrain: who's next? The tension was so pervasive that people began to describe the air itself as heavy. Parents double-checked locks at night. Neighbors kept watch from porches, and the laughter of children, once so common in the streets, had all but vanished. The city, in its attempt to modernize and present a proud image of progress, now found itself haunted by something ancient: fear itself. The Atlanta child murders had become not only a tragedy, but a mirror. It reflected the social divisions and racial tensions that simmered beneath the city's surface. For years, Atlanta had been heralded as the beacon of the New South, a place where Black success and civic unity symbolized progress. But as the killings continued, that narrative began to unravel. Most of the victims came from the city's poorest black neighborhoods, where distrust of law enforcement ran deep. Many families felt abandoned, convinced that if the victims had been white children from affluent areas, the investigation would have been swifter, louder, and more relentless. The media coverage mirrored that disparity. Initially, the disappearances barely made local headlines. Only when the number of victims began to rise and the community organized public marches did national attention arrive. When it did, cameras descended on Atlanta, capturing images of grieving mothers and candlelight vigils. News anchors spoke of the city in fear, but even then, much of the reporting focused on the political implications, on whether Atlanta's image as a thriving black-led city could survive this crisis. The humanity of the victims, their individual stories, their laughter and dreams, were often lost in the noise of public spectacle. By late 1980, there were 18 confirmed victims. Their faces formed a haunting collage, smiling school portraits, church photos, Polaroids taken in living rooms and backyards. They were ordinary children, aspiring athletes, honor students, singers in church choirs. Yet the randomness of their disappearances made the fear all the more unbearable. No pattern of location or timing could be determined. One boy vanished after running an errand for his mother. Another disappeared while walking to a friend's house just a few blocks away. Some were taken in broad daylight, others after nightfall. Each new case blurred the line between safety and danger. In City Hall, pressure mounted. Mayor Maynard Jackson faced a storm of criticism. His administration had championed Atlanta as a city of opportunity for African Americans, but now the national spotlight made it clear that the promise of equality did not guarantee security. Behind closed doors, tension between the police and the mayor's office boiled. The FBI wanted to take a larger role, arguing that the killings might be part of a multi-state pattern, while local officials insisted on keeping control, wary of appearing incapable. The conflict only slowed progress. Meanwhile, detectives pored over leads. They looked into ex-convicts, sex offenders, and known predators. They studied maps, searching for geographical connections between the dump sites. In some cases, the bodies were found near rivers or wooded areas, places easily accessible yet far from view. Fiber evidence was collected, but in the early months, it yielded little. The lack of forensic breakthroughs frustrated investigators and enraged the public. The mayor began offering rewards for information, hoping to lure witnesses out of silence. But even money couldn't break the wall of fear. In communities where police mistrust ran deep, few people wanted to talk. Then came one of the most heartbreaking moments of the entire case: the death of 10-year-old Jeffrey Mathis. He had gone out to buy cigarettes for his mother in March 1980 and never returned. His disappearance tore through the community like a storm. For weeks, volunteers scoured the woods, abandoned buildings, and creek beds. When his body was eventually discovered months later, the horror deepened. It was clear now, someone was hunting children. The pattern was undeniable. Atlanta's city too busy to hate was now a city too terrified to sleep. Federal authorities increased their presence. The newly formed task force grew to include over 100 officers, agents, and forensic specialists. They held strategy meetings that lasted through the night, but still, no suspect emerged. At press conferences, officials reassured the public that progress was being made, but behind the scenes, confidence was crumbling. Some detectives believed they were chasing a highly organized predator. Others suspected multiple killers, perhaps copycats exploiting the chaos. Rumors circulated that the murders might be linked to human trafficking, cults, or even clandestine political motives. Each theory added a layer of confusion to an already tangled nightmare. Despite the chaos, there were moments of quiet heroism. Teachers who organized walking escorts for their students. Church leaders who stayed up through the night guarding neighborhoods. Volunteers who combed through woods for any sign of missing children, often finding only broken toys and torn clothing. The city's black radio stations became lifelines, broadcasting descriptions of missing children, organizing community patrols, and urging calm. In these voices, there was both grief and resilience, an unspoken understanding that they could rely only on each other. But as the list of victims grew, so did the desperation to stop the killings. The FBI's involvement brought new forensic techniques into play, most notably fiber analysis. Agents began collecting samples from every crime scene, fibers from carpets, clothing, car upholstery, and animal hair. Though they didn't yet know it, these fibers would later become the cornerstone of one of the most controversial criminal convictions in American history. For now, however, they were just another thread in a web of uncertainty. As 1981 dawned, 24 young black children had been murdered or gone missing in Atlanta. The killings had stopped being just local news. They were now a national crisis. President Jimmy Carter, himself a Georgian, made public statements expressing concern. Federal funding was approved to support the investigation. But even with the eyes of the nation upon it, Atlanta could find no closure. Each new discovery reopened wounds that never had time to heal. The funerals blurred together, the same hymns, the same sobbing parents, the same unanswered question, why? In the quiet of night, as patrol cars prowled through empty streets, many in the city began to wonder if the killer was someone hiding in plain sight, a neighbor, a delivery driver, a teacher, or someone who simply blended into the crowd. It was a chilling thought, made all the more terrifying by how ordinary life appeared to continue around it. School bells still rang, church choirs still sang, but under the surface, everyone knew that Atlanta was living through something it might never fully understand. And soon, amid this storm of fear and suspicion, one name would emerge, a young man with dreams of fame and an eye for opportunity. A man who would forever be bound to one of America's darkest and most haunting chapters. Chapter 2. The Vanishing, Children Lost in the Heart of Atlanta. The story of the Atlanta child murders is not only about terror, but about absence, the hollow ache of those who vanished and the silence that followed. By 1980, the disappearances had become so frequent that the word missing carried a terrible new weight in the city. It wasn't just a word spoken by desperate parents or written on faded flyers. It had become a symbol of a collective wound, a city watching its children disappear into the shadows. For those living through it, every day felt like a coin toss between hope and heartbreak. The children who went missing came from neighborhoods scattered across the southern and western parts of Atlanta, communities filled with working-class families, small churches, and the rhythms of everyday life. They were not faceless victims. Each had a story, a family, and a dream. One boy loved to fix bicycles and wanted to open a shop one day. Another sang in the church choir, always a little off-key but full of joy. A little girl dreamed of becoming a nurse because she liked helping people. Their lives were ordinary in the most beautiful way, and that made their loss unbearable. When the first few went missing, the police reports were clinical, almost dismissive. Terms like runaway appeared again and again, a word that seemed to absolve the system of urgency. But their mothers knew better. They knew their children, their routines, their habits, their promises. A mother knows when something is wrong, when her child would never simply walk away. And in home after home, mothers waited by the door, their hearts whispering truths that the authorities were slow to hear. the pattern began to emerge almost invisibly. It was in the way the victims vanished between familiar places, the corner store, the recreation center, a friend's house. It was in how no one ever saw anything concrete, how witnesses recalled only vague figures, cars, or voices in the dark. It was in the cruel precision of the timing, as if the killer understood the rhythm of the city, when streets emptied, when school ended, when daylight faded just enough for a child to disappear unseen. The earliest victims were boys, mostly between the ages of 9 and 14. Many were found strangled, their bodies left in wooded areas or near rivers that ran quietly through the outskirts of the city. Forensic evidence was minimal. The killer left almost nothing behind, just a few fibers, a footprint, sometimes a trace of human hair. But in those early days, none of those details seemed to point anywhere. The investigation felt like chasing smoke in many homes. Parents began to impose curfews. They walked their children to school, forbade them from playing outside after sunset, and demanded check-in calls from payphones. Children carried whistles around their necks, gifts from church safety drives. Police cars began to appear more often in black neighborhoods, but instead of bringing comfort, they brought mixed feelings. For many residents, seeing officers patrolling their streets was a reminder of years of neglect and mistrust. Even in fear, there was a sense that the system didn't truly care until the body count forced attention. As the city's fear grew, so did the reach of the killer. New victims were found farther apart, in areas that didn't fit the original pattern. Some were found days after they disappeared. Others were discovered months later, their bodies barely recognizable. Each new discovery reignited the same cycle of panic and grief. Families organized search parties and put up posters that seemed to fade as quickly as the hope they represented. Local pastors began to speak of a city under spiritual attack. Prayer vigils filled churches night after night, and gospel choirs sang through tears. In a time of helplessness, faith became the only shield many people had left. The killer's shadow turned church pews into places of both mourning and resistance. When the candles burned down, the fear remained, flickering in every parent's eyes. By the time the 17th child was found, the FBI began to consider that the murderer might be someone familiar with the neighborhoods, someone who could move freely without drawing suspicion. That idea was chilling. It meant the killer could be anyone. A neighbor, a friend, a man who smiled at parents and waved at children. The thought poisoned every interaction. Communities turned inward, trust dissolved, and suspicion grew like a weed through every block. The story began to take over national headlines. Reporters flew in from New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago, broadcasting images of Atlanta's children to millions of Americans. They spoke in tones of shock and disbelief, yet often without understanding the deeper layers, the racial pain, the economic despair, the years of inequality that made these children invisible until it was too late. For outsiders, it was a crime story. For those in Atlanta, it was the end of innocence. The mayor's office tried to maintain order, but fear had its own pulse. Rumors spread faster than official statements. Some said a white supremacist group was behind the killings. Others whispered about satanic cults, secret experiments, or corrupt officials covering something up. Police dismissed these theories, but they couldn't dismiss the fear. People began to carry weapons. Taxi drivers refused to pick up unaccompanied children. School attendance dropped. Parents formed vigilante patrols that roamed the streets at night, flashlights in hand, hoping to catch a glimpse of something, anything, that could make sense of the madness. One of the most haunting aspects of the case was how methodical it seemed. The killer, or killers, struck in a pattern that defied logic yet carried intention. The intervals between disappearances varied, as if testing how long the city could hold its breath. Each victim's discovery reignited the cycle of hope and despair. Detectives tried to anticipate the next move, but it was like trying to predict the wind. The city was caught in a cruel rhythm of waiting. Waiting for news, waiting for safety, waiting for the nightmare to end. And through it all, the children's faces lingered on lampposts, television screens, and the walls of police precincts. Their smiles became symbols of a story too tragic to bear and too important to forget. Every new disappearance deepened the wound. Every funeral left behind a trail of tears and unanswered questions. The people of Atlanta, once so proud of their city's promise, now lived in the long shadow of something they could neither name nor stop. As spring of 1981 approached, the disappearances began to slow. The city held its breath, unsure if it was over or if the killer was simply waiting. No one could have known that the next stage of the nightmare was about to unfold, one that would shift the focus from fear to suspicion, from grief to accusation. The face of the monster, many believed, was finally about to be revealed. As the city moved into the summer of 1981, the vanishing of Atlanta's children had become an all-encompassing reality. The community had learned to navigate the anxiety, to live in a state of heightened awareness where every knock at the door, every stranger in the park, and every unfamiliar car triggered an internal alarm. Mothers held their children close when crossing the street. Fathers accompanied them to school, and neighborhood watches became not just a courtesy, but a necessity. The sense of vulnerability was universal. No one felt immune, and no parent could shake the fear that the next loss might strike their home. What made the Atlanta child murders particularly insidious was the lack of a discernible motive. There were no demands, no notes, no ransom requests, no political messages. Each child was chosen without warning, and each disappearance seemed almost random, yet the cumulative pattern was chillingly deliberate. Detectives struggled to make sense of a perpetrator who could strike in different neighborhoods, at varying times, targeting both boys and girls, younger and older children alike. It was a criminal method that defied traditional categorization, part opportunistic, part calculated. The uncertainty fed the fear, and the fear fed the legend of the killer. The families of the victims bore the heaviest burden. Many had lost more than one child. In some households, siblings were still waiting at bus stops or walking home from school, their parents' vigilance heightened by the absence of a loved one. The grief was compounded by a sense of helplessness. Police investigations were slow, leads were often dismissed, and public attention was fleeting. The children had vanished into a void that seemed to swallow both their bodies and the hope of their families. Each disappearance became a haunting echo that reverberated through homes, classrooms, and churches. Community organizations stepped into the void. Local churches formed search groups that scoured wooded areas and riverbanks, searching tirelessly for any clue that might indicate the whereabouts of missing children. Volunteers from neighborhood associations combed abandoned lots, checked old warehouses, and knocked on doors late into the night. In a city already grappling with systemic challenges, these citizens became the lifeline of vigilance, embodying both resilience and despair. Their dedication was an acknowledgement of a simple truth. The system had failed, and if Atlanta's children were to be found, it would be because the community itself refused to let them be forgotten. Schools became tense environments as educators tried to balance teaching with safety. Attendance dropped in certain areas as parents chose to keep children at home rather than risk exposure. Classroom discussions included warnings about stranger danger, about never accepting rides, and about reporting any unusual activity. The innocence of youth collided with a hardening reality. Children carried the anxiety of the city on their small shoulders, aware that their lives might depend on their vigilance. Playground laughter was replaced with cautionary glances, and the simplest outings became exercises in careful planning and heightened awareness. In the midst of this terror, the authorities continued to struggle with the investigation. Each tip, lead, or sighting had to be meticulously verified, yet the sheer volume of potential information overwhelmed the system. Calls poured in from citizens claiming to have seen suspicious individuals, reporting strange cars, or noting odd behavior. Many of these tips led nowhere. Some were false alarms, and others were so vague as to be useless. Still, the task force combed through them all, knowing that even a single overlooked detail might hold the key to stopping the killer. The pressure on law enforcement was immense, as Atlanta became a city watching its own pulse, waiting for signs that the nightmare could finally end. Media coverage added another layer of complexity. Journalists from national networks reported on the killings with a tone of both alarm and fascination. The photographs of smiling, innocent children became a grim currency of storytelling, repeated over and over across television screens and newspapers. While the coverage brought attention to the plight of the victims and the urgency of the investigation, it also created a sense of spectacle, as if the city itself had been placed on display. The stories were shared widely, yet the depth of grief and the daily tension experienced by families in affected neighborhoods could never be fully captured by headlines or sound bites. As the investigation progressed, some patterns began to emerge. The killers seemed to favor areas with dense tree cover or secluded spots, often near rivers or wooded lots. Victims were often found with minimal evidence of struggle, leading detectives to believe that they were familiar with the offender and had trusted him enough to be lured. The realization that these children may have known or encountered the killer before disappearing intensified the city's fear. No one felt safe, and parents began to scrutinize even the most familiar faces. Friends, neighbors, and local shopkeepers. Everyone became a potential suspect in the collective imagination. By mid-1981, Atlanta's missing children numbered at least 20. Each disappearance left a mark on the city's consciousness. Community leaders, city officials, and law enforcement recognized that the pattern could no longer be ignored. But despite increased resources and growing public awareness, the killings continued, as if the perpetrator operated on a timetable beyond human understanding. The fear was no longer just about losing a child. It was about losing control, losing the sense that life in Atlanta could ever return to normal. The city's pulse quickened with each new case. Candlelight vigils multiplied, prayer chains lengthened, and the public demand for answers became deafening. In private homes, parents whispered warnings to their children as they left the house each morning. In public spaces, strangers eyed one another warily, as if suspicion had become an invisible cloak draped over the city. The vanishing of these children was no longer just a crime story. It was a force reshaping how Atlantans interacted with one another, how they moved through the streets, and how they understood the fragility of innocence. The story of these vanished children was the story of Atlanta itself in the late 1970s and early 1980s, a city caught between progress and fear, optimism and despair. The disappearances reflected a world in which safety could never be taken for granted, and the innocence of youth could be snatched away in an instant. For the families, the community, and the investigators, each day brought a new layer of anguish, a new reminder of the stakes, and a growing realization that the search for the perpetrator would define the city's collective consciousness for years to come. Chapter 3: Echoes in the Dark. The first bodies are found. By the summer of 1979, Atlanta's unease had reached a fever pitch. The city, once proud of its reputation as the city too busy to hate, was now gripped by a fear that could not be ignored or reasoned away. What had begun as whispers of missing children now manifested as a nightmarish reality. The first bodies were being discovered, and with them, the fragile sense of safety evaporated entirely. The public learned, through the grim clarity of discovery, that the disappearances were no longer abstract fears but concrete horrors. Children's lives had been taken, and their absence echoed through every corner of the city. The first confirmed victims, Edward Hope, Teddy Smith, and Alfred Evans, were found on a warm July morning, their young bodies abandoned near a local park. They were both 14 years old, full of the potential and energy that only adolescence can hold. Families, neighbors, and the police were stunned. The realization that these weren't isolated incidents, that something far darker was at work, began to crystallize. Fear, which had lingered as a vague unease, now became tangible. The knowledge that the city harbored a predator capable of snatching children, leaving them lifeless in shadowed corners, created a collective trauma. The discovery of the bodies did more than confirm the worst suspicions. It amplified them, making the invisible horror undeniable. Authorities were immediately challenged by the complexity of the case. The crime scenes provided few concrete clues. Both victims had been strangled, but beyond that, evidence was scarce. No fingerprints, no witnesses, nothing that pointed to a clear suspect. For the police, the cases were confounding, and the lack of forensic sophistication at the time made the task even more difficult. Investigators struggled to connect dots that seemed non-existent, trying to determine whether the murders were related, whether they were the work of a single perpetrator, or if Atlanta had somehow become the hunting ground for multiple predators. The discovery of Teddy and Alfred forced the city to confront its vulnerabilities. Parents were terrified, understanding that even routine activities could end in tragedy. School buses became crowded with children whose parents refused to let them walk alone. Church youth groups implemented strict pickup and drop-off protocols. The city streets, once vibrant with the sounds of play and chatter, now carried an undercurrent of suspicion and unease. Every child, every figure in the distance, could be imagined as a threat, a potential prelude to the next disappearance. Beyond the immediate shock, the discovery of these bodies revealed a chilling pattern. The victims were all young, predominantly black, and lived in neighborhoods that were often overlooked by the broader city infrastructure. Many were ordinary children from working-class families, living day-to-day lives that did not invite danger. Yet somehow, that was exactly what made them targets. The randomness, the seeming arbitrariness, was part of the horror. Atlanta's sense of security had been shattered, replaced with the notion that innocence offered no protection. The media responded quickly, capturing the attention of not just the city but the nation. Local television stations broadcast the news repeatedly, showing the faces of the lost children and interviewing grieving families. Newspapers printed their stories in full-page spreads, urging the public to report any leads. For the first time, Atlanta's disappearances were no longer isolated local concerns. They became symbols of vulnerability, of a city's failure to protect its youth. The press, however, often focused on the shock value of the murders rather than the personal histories of the children themselves. Their lives were compressed into statistics and sound bites, creating a narrative of fear and horror that gripped audiences but sometimes overshadowed the humanity of the victims. As the bodies continued to surface, the police faced criticism for their perceived inaction. Community leaders, frustrated by the slow pace of investigation, demanded accountability and results. The mayor's office recognized the political and social stakes, understanding that the murders could undermine Atlanta's progress and national image. Federal agencies, including the FBI, were called in to lend support, bringing additional resources and forensic expertise. But even with the expanded task force, leads remained scarce, and each new body added urgency without clarity. Psychologists and criminologists who later studied the case noted that the early discovery of victims profoundly affected the city's collective consciousness. The killings created a pervasive anxiety that altered daily routines, social interactions, and even city planning. Children were no longer free to roam playgrounds or neighborhoods without constant supervision. Parents questioned every adult interaction, every unfamiliar vehicle, every stranger on the street. The predator's reach, though invisible, seemed omnipresent. Fear became a social force, shaping behavior and dictating caution, and the echoes of those first bodies' discovery resonated across Atlanta for years to come. Families of the victims were thrust into a public spotlight they neither wanted nor were prepared for. Each discovery forced them to relive grief in real time, to endure scrutiny while trying to maintain dignity amid unimaginable pain. Their voices, amplified by media coverage, demanded answers. Their pleas for justice were both personal and collective, highlighting systemic failures in law enforcement and community protection. The city's mourning was not limited to the families. It spread outward, infecting neighborhoods and igniting a collective grief that no single institution could contain. Amid the tragedy, there were glimmers of resilience. Neighborhood groups organized volunteer searches, sometimes combing areas that police could not monitor regularly. Church congregations held vigils that extended late into the night, offering solace, unity, and a measure of hope in the midst of despair. People began to take matters into their own hands, patrolling streets, tracking tips, and speaking to children about safety in ways that were practical yet urgent. The community, in essence, became both witness and guardian, driven by the conviction that even in the face of terror, action mattered. But even as these efforts expanded, the bodies continued to surface, revealing the breadth and depth of the crisis. What had started as a few disappearances had become a sustained campaign of violence, each child a testament to the predator's meticulous planning and horrifying reach. The city of Atlanta could no longer deny that a murderer was active in its midst, one who understood the rhythms of life and exploited its vulnerabilities with terrifying precision. Every discovery brought both closure and devastation, a cruel juxtaposition. Families mourned while investigators scrambled. Citizens feared while community organizers sought hope. The first bodies, discovered in the summer heat of 1979, had opened a door to a nightmare from which Atlanta would not awaken easily. And behind the scenes, the hunt for answers had begun in earnest, setting the stage for a pursuit that would shake the city, the nation, and the understanding of criminal behavior itself. As the summer of 1979 gave way to fall, Atlanta's grief transformed into a tense vigilance that blanketed the city. Each morning, parents awoke with the same dread, asking the unanswerable question, which child would be next? The disappearance of Teddy Smith and Alfred Evans was no longer isolated. It was the beginning of a haunting sequence that would leave neighborhoods on edge, communities mistrustful, and families living in a state of perpetual anxiety. The city had entered a new reality, one where innocence could vanish overnight and no one could feel truly safe. Police investigations intensified. Task forces worked tirelessly to map out the locations of the discovered bodies, analyzing riverbanks, wooded areas, and urban corridors for patterns. They hoped that geography would reveal a method, a rhythm, a route the killer used. Yet the locations seemed both random and deliberate, leaving detectives frustrated. Many of the sites were near rivers or secluded lots, yet each carried a peculiar signature. A body left with minimal evidence of struggle, a scene chosen for concealment rather than confrontation. The killer's understanding of the city and its blind spots became apparent, creating an almost surreal sense of omnipresence. As the task force expanded, so too did the tension between the community and law enforcement. Residents criticized police for slow responses and lack of urgency, and rumors circulated that the authorities were not doing enough. These perceptions were compounded by Atlanta's historical complexities, where a black majority city often mistrusted its predominantly white institutions. Leaders of local organizations demanded transparency, advocating for resources and investigative attention that matched the severity of the situation. They insisted that Atlanta could not afford complacency and that justice for these children was a moral imperative. Meanwhile, the media's portrayal of the murders intensified the city's atmosphere of fear. Daily newspapers, local television broadcasts, and national networks ran repeated features on the victims, blending grief with sensationalism. Photographs of smiling children filled pages, alongside descriptions of their last known movements. Viewers were drawn into a narrative that mixed tragedy with suspense, unknowingly amplifying the psychological weight carried by families and communities. The coverage forced Atlanta's citizens to confront the crisis daily, reinforcing the notion that no child was truly safe. The psychological impact on families was profound. Many parents struggled to maintain normalcy while fearing the worst. Some withdrew their children from school or activities, worried about any potential exposure. Others engaged in hypervigilance, walking their children to school or supervising even the simplest errands. The collective anxiety seeped into the social fabric. Churches implemented extensive safety protocols. Neighborhood watches increased patrols, and friends and relatives questioned every interaction, every stranger, and even familiar faces. For the victims' families, the discovery of bodies was both confirmation and devastation. Each finding brought the painful truth that their child was no longer missing, that hope had been replaced by grief. Funerals became large community events, with parents and neighbors mourning together while seeking justice. These gatherings also served as a stark reminder to the city that the perpetrator was still at large, striking fear into neighborhoods already scarred by loss. The repeated tragedies reinforced the urgency of the investigation while deepening the emotional burden carried by families. Authorities turned increasingly to forensic science to uncover leads. While the technology of the late 1970s was limited compared to modern standards, investigators began collecting fibers, hairs, and other trace evidence from crime scenes. At first, these efforts yielded few results, but they were the beginning of an investigative approach that would later become central to linking a suspect to the murders. Each scrap of evidence was treated as a potential key to unraveling the killer's methods, though at the time, progress was painstakingly slow. Community activists, sensing that time was critical, organized search parties and awareness campaigns. Churches, schools, and neighborhood groups collaborated to patrol streets, check vacant lots, and distribute flyers detailing safety measures. Parents became detectives in their own right, questioning neighbors, monitoring unfamiliar vehicles, and ensuring their children were never alone. The resilience of these communities created a network of vigilance that both comforted and exhausted them, illustrating the extraordinary lengths people would go to protect the vulnerable in the absence of complete institutional support. The early victims' stories highlighted a horrifying truth. The killer did not discriminate by personality, behavior, or social standing. The children were ordinary in every way, making the randomness of their selection all the more terrifying. Families who had once believed their children were safe in familiar neighborhoods now faced the brutal reality that trust alone could not guarantee protection. The killings became a reminder of the fragility of childhood and the constant presence of danger lurking in plain sight. By late 1979, Atlanta had seen several more disappearances, each reinforcing the pattern established by the first victims. The city had entered a cycle of vigilance and grief, where every disappearance heightened tension and every discovery deepened the wound. The predator remained elusive, moving through familiar streets without detection, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. For the city, the echoes of the first bodies discovered were not just a memory. They were a constant, inescapable reminder of the vulnerability that now defined Atlanta's children. In these months, the hunt for the perpetrator became a central obsession for law enforcement, the media, and the community alike. Investigators began to recognize that the crimes were not isolated incidents, but part of a calculated pattern that demanded specialized attention. The early discoveries had revealed the horror, but they also revealed the determination of a city unwilling to let the victims be forgotten. Atlanta had entered a period of relentless tension, where every step, every decision, and every interaction carried the weight of fear, hope, and the desperate desire for justice. The first bodies were more than evidence. They were the city's awakening to a reality that it had never imagined, a terror that would define a generation. They marked the beginning of a harrowing journey, one in which the lives of children, the vigilance of communities, and the resolve of law enforcement would collide in a struggle to confront a darkness that moved silently but left devastation in its wake. And as Atlanta grieved, the city braced for what was yet to come, unaware that the search for answers would challenge its very sense of identity and security. Chapter 4: A City Under Siege, Panic, Race, and the Politics of Fear. By the end of 1979, Atlanta was no longer just a city facing tragic loss. It had become a city under siege. The repeated disappearances and murders of children had cast a shadow over daily life, touching every neighborhood, home, and institution. Streets that once resonated with laughter now echoed with caution. Sidewalks were patrolled by vigilant parents, neighbors, and volunteer groups, each determined to shield children from a predator that seemed invisible yet omnipresent. Fear was not localized. It spread like wildfire, reaching the highest offices of the city government and the most modest homes alike. The psychological impact was profound. Families could not simply grieve in private. They were constantly reminded of the threat lurking around every corner. Schoolyards became guarded spaces, with teachers and staff monitoring exits, entrances, and nearby streets. Children walked in groups, sometimes holding hands for safety, whispering about the news they had seen on television or the rumors circulating among peers. Even playgrounds, once symbols of carefree joy, became sites of tension, where the shadows of a killer loomed large over swings and slides. Atlanta's young generation had inherited a fear they had not asked for, a fear rooted not in imagination, but in the cruel reality of missing classmates and friends. The city's political and social structures were tested like never before. Maynard Jackson, Atlanta's first black mayor, faced immense pressure. His administration had championed civil rights progress, economic development, and racial unity, but the child murders struck at the heart of the city's optimism. Political opponents criticized his office for perceived inaction, while community leaders pressed for swift, decisive measures. The murders were no longer simply criminal incidents. They had become political symbols, a lens through which the nation scrutinized Atlanta's capacity to protect its citizens, particularly black children from working-class neighborhoods. Race, in particular, became a complex and unavoidable factor. Most victims were African American, and their communities voiced a deep frustration that the initial response from law enforcement seemed slow and lackluster. Residents feared that systemic biases were allowing the killings to continue unchecked, that the lives of black children were undervalued in comparison to the national attention given to crimes in other cities. National media coverage often glossed over these disparities, treating Atlanta as a backdrop for sensational reporting rather than a community navigating grief, fear, and structural inequities. Community activists became essential in shaping the city's response. Grassroots organizations, churches, and local leaders coordinated searches, organized neighborhood watches, and maintained communication networks to track potential dangers. Volunteers spent hours walking streets, checking vacant lots, and speaking with children about safety protocols. The city's residents effectively became extensions of law enforcement, filling gaps left by an overwhelmed police department. Their efforts reflected a determination to protect the innocent while simultaneously highlighting the inadequacies of formal institutions. Meanwhile, the police were under extraordinary pressure. The Atlanta Police Department had never faced a case of this magnitude, nor one so deeply entangled with social tensions. Detectives worked tirelessly to piece together a profile of the killer, but the available evidence was minimal, and leads often evaporated as quickly as they emerged. Fiber analysis, early DNA techniques, and witness accounts provided some direction, yet nothing could fully illuminate the predator's methods or motivations. Each unsolved case intensified the public's scrutiny and eroded confidence in the system, making every procedural misstep a potential political and social flashpoint. As the investigation unfolded, rumors flourished, fueled by fear and suspicion. Some speculated that the murders were racially motivated attacks by white supremacists. Others suggested occult or ritualistic elements. Still others theorized about multiple killers operating independently. These conjectures reflected the city's anxiety, its desire to find reason in chaos. Yet they also complicated law enforcement efforts, as investigators had to sift fact from fear, truth from speculation, while maintaining credibility in a community desperate for answers. Media coverage amplified this sense of panic. Local radio stations became conduits for updates, warnings, and public service messages. Television and newspapers brought national attention, yet the framing of the story often ignored the lived realities of the neighborhoods most affected. Reporters focused on the shock and horror of the murders rather than the systemic inequities that left these children vulnerable. Sensational headlines, repeated broadcasts of missing child photos, and constant speculation created an atmosphere in which fear became a permanent fixture, seeping into schools, homes, and public spaces. Families, already reeling from grief, faced additional burdens. They were thrust into the spotlight, navigating interviews, public appearances, and community pressure while mourning their children. Vigils, marches, and public pleas became both expressions of grief and instruments of advocacy, demanding that authorities act. In these gatherings, the city's collective anguish coalesced, creating a sense of unity even amid despair. The voices of parents, however, often carried a note of quiet accusation. How could the city allow its children to vanish so easily? And why had the system failed them repeatedly? The children themselves were not immune to the fear that pervaded Atlanta. Those who remained at home or in school carried an acute awareness of vulnerability. Their daily lives were measured, calculated, and fraught with caution. Ordinary activities, Walking to a friend's house, riding a bus, visiting a corner store became exercises in vigilance. They had inherited a collective trauma from which there was no clear escape. Playground games, school trips, and summer outings were now tempered by the specter of loss. Amid these pressures, the city's cultural identity was tested. Atlanta had long prided itself on progress, unity, and optimism, yet the child murders revealed fractures in that narrative. The fear brought to light systemic inequalities, disparities in policing, and gaps in community support. It forced public officials, law enforcement, and citizens to confront uncomfortable truths about their city. And it made clear that stopping the murders would require not only investigation, but understanding the social dynamics that allowed such vulnerability to persist. By the time 1981 approached, Atlanta was a city simultaneously grieving, vigilant, and politically strained. Fear permeated every street, every home, and every conversation. Parents carried the weight of uncertainty. Children navigated the anxiety of adolescence in extraordinary circumstances, and community leaders balanced advocacy with protection. The murders were no longer simply tragedies. They had become a force reshaping Atlanta's social, political, and emotional landscape. Every disappearance, every discovery of a body, and every unanswered question intensified the urgency of the investigation. The city's residents realized that solving these murders was not only a matter of justice, but also of reclaiming a sense of security, dignity, and normalcy. The children lost to the darkness of 1979 and 1980 had cast a long shadow, one that Atlanta could not ignore. The city had become a landscape of tension and fear, and within it, the search for a killer had taken on the dimensions of both a criminal investigation and a struggle for the soul of the community itself. As Atlanta entered 1981, the sense of siege had hardened into an enduring reality. Parents no longer allowed children to walk even short distances alone. Streets that were once familiar and friendly became corridors of suspicion. The mere sight of a stranger could trigger unease, and the rhythm of daily life was punctuated by vigilance. Children carried whistles, mothers and fathers walked them to school, and neighborhoods organized their own patrols in the absence of consistent protection. The murders had altered not just routines but perceptions, imprinting fear on every corner of the city and leaving an invisible but omnipresent mark on its psyche. The racial dynamics of the crisis became unavoidable. Atlanta, often celebrated as a model of Black political leadership under Mayor Maynard Jackson, now faced a tragic paradox. The victims were predominantly Black children from working-class neighborhoods, communities historically neglected or underserved. Residents began to voice concerns that the initial response from law enforcement had been sluggish, reflecting systemic disparities in how crimes were addressed. In public forums, community leaders emphasized that justice must be equal and urgent, regardless of race, and that the children of Atlanta deserved protection as sacred and non-negotiable. The growing mistrust was not just emotional. It reflected real experiences of neglect and systemic bias that complicated the investigation and heightened fear. The political pressures on Mayor Jackson were immense. On one hand, he was a symbol of progress, a mayor whose leadership represented a new South where African American voices held power. On the other hand, the child murders revealed the fragility of that progress. Critics argued that the administration's focus on development and image had diverted attention from the city's pressing safety issues. Activists and civic groups demanded not just police action but structural reform, better communication, and sustained community engagement. The mayor faced the challenge of balancing reassurance with action, managing media scrutiny, and addressing the fears of a population that felt under siege. Media coverage intensified the sense of crisis. Local and national outlets relentlessly reported the cases, broadcasting photographs of missing children and recounting stories of their families' grief. The coverage brought attention and urgency, but it also transformed the tragedy into a spectacle. Viewers across the country absorbed the horror in vivid detail, sometimes without context, leading to a distorted understanding of the city's systemic challenges. While media attention pressured authorities to act, it also amplified fear, creating a feedback loop in which anxiety and suspicion became nearly constant companions for Atlanta residents. Community activism became indispensable. Churches, neighborhood organizations, and grassroots networks organized patrols, monitored high-risk areas, and facilitated communication among residents. Volunteers spent long hours walking streets, checking wooded areas, and visiting schools to ensure children's safety. These efforts, born from necessity, reflected both resilience and desperation. The city had learned that relying solely on law enforcement was insufficient and that citizens themselves needed to take responsibility for the protection of their children. It was a collective response born of shared grief and shared fear, a testament to both determination and vulnerability. Investigators faced mounting challenges. Despite increasing resources, leads often went cold. Fiber analysis and early forensic techniques provided some clues, but the sheer scale of the task, coupled with the limitations of late 1970s technology, slowed progress. Detectives grappled with the possibility that the killer was highly intelligent, patient, and familiar with the neighborhoods, able to move undetected in plain sight. Each unanswered question fueled public anxiety, eroded trust, and complicated interactions between law enforcement and the community. The perception of ineffectiveness, real or imagined, became a point of tension, with parents and activists demanding immediate results. The children themselves bore the brunt of this pervasive fear. Activities once considered normal, walking to a friend's house, playing in the yard, visiting local stores, were now fraught with danger. Adolescents and younger children alike internalized a constant awareness of vulnerability. Stories of previous victims circulated widely, reminding them that disappearance could happen to anyone, anywhere. The city's youth were growing up in a climate of anxiety that shaped their understanding of safety, trust, and the unpredictability of life. The families of victims faced public and private struggles. They grieved openly at vigils, marches, and public gatherings, while simultaneously navigating the scrutiny of media and officials. Each discovery of a body forced them to confront the finality of loss, while also emphasizing the urgency of finding the killer. The murders were not merely individual tragedies. They were collective wounds, experienced by a network of families and communities bound together in grief, fear, and the demand for accountability. Systemic and cultural questions emerged alongside the investigation. The killings highlighted gaps in child protection, limitations of policing in underserved neighborhoods, and the intersection of fear, race, and media attention. Atlanta was forced to grapple with uncomfortable truths about inequality, vulnerability, and the social structures that allowed such crimes to occur repeatedly. The murders illuminated both the strengths and weaknesses of the community, the political leadership, and the systems meant to ensure public safety. By mid-1981, Atlanta's sense of siege had solidified into a defining element of city life. Fear had become part of the daily rhythm. Vigilance was constant, and trust was measured and cautious. The murders had reshaped neighborhoods, influenced political discourse, and exposed vulnerabilities that extended far beyond the immediate crisis. The city was united in grief, action, and fear, but also divided by mistrust, suspicion, and the social inequities that had long been overlooked. The stage was set for a pivotal turn in the investigation. Public pressure, community activism, and law enforcement determination would converge in a high-stakes search for a suspect. The city's resilience would be tested, its social bonds stretched, and its sense of safety further challenged. Atlanta had become a landscape of fear and determination, where the hunt for the killer was no longer simply a matter of solving crimes, but of reclaiming the city's sense of identity, safety, and justice. Chapter 5: Patterns of Terror, Profiling a Predator. As the summer of 1981 progressed, investigators began to look for patterns in the Atlanta child murders, hoping that careful analysis might reveal the mind behind the method. The killings, which had initially seemed random, now exhibited subtle consistencies. All the victims were young African American children, mostly between the ages of 7 and 14, and many were taken from neighborhoods in southwest Atlanta. Yet the method of abduction, the choice of disposal sites, and the absence of overt violence beyond strangulation painted a portrait of a predator who was both calculating and opportunistic, someone who understood the rhythms of the city and its communities. Detectives worked tirelessly to establish a profile. The pattern of the murders suggested a man who was patient, meticulous, and familiar with both the urban environment and human behavior. The killer selected victims who were vulnerable but also likely to be outside alone. Children running errands, playing unsupervised, or walking short distances. Each abduction was precise, leaving minimal evidence behind. The bodies were placed in locations that were accessible yet hidden, often near wooded areas, rivers, or abandoned lots. It was clear that the killer understood how to evade detection, blending into the cityscape while preying on its most defenseless residents. The FBI's behavioral science unit became involved, contributing techniques that were then cutting edge in criminal profiling. Agents examined details such as victim age, body placement, and the intervals between abductions. They sought to determine the offender's motives, habits, and possible personal history. The analysis suggested a man with a deep-seated psychological need to control or dominate, someone who derived a sense of power from his victim's vulnerability. It was a chilling realization, one that framed the investigation not merely as a search for a suspect, but as an attempt to understand a mind that operated outside moral or societal norms. Fiber evidence emerged as a critical tool in building the case. Investigators meticulously collected fibers from clothing, carpets, and other locations, hoping to link multiple crime scenes. At the time, forensic fiber analysis was still developing, but in Atlanta, it became a cornerstone of the investigation. Every scrap of material, from strands of carpet to traces of upholstery, was cataloged and examined under microscopes. The painstaking work aimed to establish a connection between the victims, suggesting a single offender rather than multiple, unrelated perpetrators. The potential breakthrough offered a glimmer of hope amid the growing fear that Atlanta's children were being systematically targeted. Community involvement also influenced the profiling process. Parents and volunteers, often driven by fear and grief, provided crucial eyewitness accounts, even if fragmented or inconsistent. Reports of suspicious vehicles, unfamiliar men in neighborhoods, or odd behavior were collected and cross-referenced with timelines of disappearances. Though many leads proved false or inconclusive, patterns began to emerge, reinforcing the theory that the killer moved predictably yet cleverly concealed his identity. The interplay between community vigilance and investigative work underscored the complex dynamic at play in this high-stakes case. Psychologists consulted on the case noted that the killer likely had an intimate knowledge of the neighborhoods and an ability to gain the trust of his victims. He may have presented himself as harmless, approachable, or familiar, a strategy that enabled him to isolate children without drawing attention. This profile suggested a predator who combined patience, cunning, and a deep understanding of human psychology. He did not act impulsively. Each step seemed calculated to minimize risk while maximizing control. The killer's mobility within Atlanta complicated law enforcement efforts. The abductions spanned several neighborhoods, with bodies discovered in diverse locations, often near rivers or wooded areas that allowed for concealment. This pattern suggested transportation capability, either by vehicle or by familiarity with hidden paths, alleys, and shortcuts. Detectives hypothesized that the offender was methodical in choosing disposal sites, selecting locations that were secluded yet accessible enough to return to multiple times. The geographic distribution of the bodies became central to constructing a map of the killer's movements and predicting possible future targets. Investigators also analyzed the intervals between murders. There were periods of apparent inactivity, followed by sudden spikes in abductions. Behavioral experts interpreted this as indicative of a highly organized mind, someone who could wait and observe, striking only when conditions were optimal. The spacing of the crimes suggested planning and restraint, further complicating efforts to anticipate the offender's next move. Each disappearance was a calculated act, and understanding this timing became crucial in developing strategies to prevent further tragedies. The psychological impact on the city fed into the urgency of profiling. Atlanta's parents, already living in fear, internalized the idea that the killer could strike again at any moment. Children were warned incessantly about strangers, yet the predator's strategy relied on blending into daily life, exploiting the very trust that was taught as necessary for community interaction. This duality, teaching caution while the killer exploited familiarity, created a citywide tension that reinforced both fear and vigilance that in law enforcement circles. Debates emerged about whether the killer acted alone or had accomplices. Some detectives considered the possibility of multiple perpetrators working in concert, while others emphasized the consistency of method as evidence of a single offender. The fiber analysis, combined with eyewitness accounts and geographic mapping, increasingly pointed toward one individual. However, until conclusive evidence was found, the uncertainty fueled speculation and frustration within the city. The first stage of profiling in Atlanta was as much about understanding the community's response as it was about understanding the killer. Investigators recognized that fear could both help and hinder their work. Parents' vigilance sometimes yielded leads, but anxiety also generated false sightings and misidentifications. Managing the flow of information, analyzing credible reports, and separating noise from substance became an essential component of the broader effort to identify the predator. By late 1981, a composite image was beginning to form. Investigators believed they were searching for a man in his 20s or 30s, familiar with the neighborhoods, capable of maneuvering undetected, and psychologically driven by control and power over children. The profile suggested intelligence and patience, as well as an ability to operate without leaving clear traces. It was a terrifying portrait, a predator whose mind was as elusive as the city streets he navigated. As profiling efforts advanced, the city continued to grapple with fear, uncertainty, and the haunting knowledge that more children could be at risk. The investigation was no longer just a procedural task. It had become a psychological and social endeavor, requiring a deep understanding of both the predator and the community he terrorized. Each fiber, each timeline, and each witness account brought law enforcement one step closer to comprehending the scope of the threat. even as Atlanta's streets remained cloaked in anxiety and tension. As the investigation deepened, the psychological profile of the Atlanta child murderer became more refined, revealing not only the offender's methods, but also the terrifying precision with which he operated. Investigators concluded that the perpetrator was likely a black male, familiar with the city's neighborhoods, and capable of manipulating children's trust to isolate them. His ability to move undetected suggested both intelligence and patience. Each crime reflected careful planning rather than impulsive violence. Unlike many killers who leave overt traces, this predator seemed to understand the nuances of evasion, striking only when he assessed minimal risk of discovery. The crime scenes were studied exhaustively. Bodies were often left in wooded areas, near rivers, or beside obscure paths. These locations were not random. They were carefully chosen to ensure minimal interference from passers-by and slow the pace of discovery. The manner of death, usually strangulation, indicated intimate contact and a level of control over the victim that spoke to the killer's psychological need to dominate. There were no signs of sexual assault in many cases, which suggested that the primary motivation was control and power rather than sexual gratification. Although experts cautioned that the complexity of motive could include multiple layers of psychological drives, investigators began to see a chilling consistency in the treatment of victims. Clothing, personal effects, and body positioning were documented meticulously. Some victims were left in partially concealed positions, while others were openly visible in places unlikely to be frequently traversed. The inconsistency in concealment suggested the killer was experimenting or adapting his methods, possibly learning from prior incidents. Each adjustment indicated a man refining his strategy, constantly evolving, and remaining steps ahead of the police. The combination of predictability and unpredictability created a profile that was both frustrating and horrifying to those tasked with stopping him. Fiber evidence played a pivotal role in linking multiple victims. Detectives collected strands of carpet, clothing fibers, and other trace materials, hoping to establish a pattern. While the technology of the era was limited, the meticulous cataloging and comparison of these fibers eventually contributed to connecting the murders to a single perpetrator. It became clear that the man was consistent in his methods, but left minute, often nearly invisible, traces, enough to be detected by forensic analysis, but almost imperceptible in day-to-day life. The fibers became a silent signature, a thread connecting tragedy across neighborhoods and time. Witness testimony, though sometimes fragmented or unreliable, also contributed to the evolving profile. People reported seeing suspicious individuals near schools, parks, and recreation centers. Descriptions often noted a man driving a medium-sized car, sometimes offering children rides or approaching them in seemingly benign ways. While many sightings proved false or unverifiable, the accumulation of these accounts provided investigators with behavioral clues. The perpetrator appeared to blend into community life, projecting an image of normalcy while carefully selecting victims. It was a strategy that made detection extraordinarily difficult, amplifying both frustration and fear. Behavioral experts hypothesized that the killer's choice of victims reflected a calculated psychological strategy. Targeting young, African American children from familiar neighborhoods suggested a predator comfortable operating within his own community, using familiarity and trust as tools of manipulation. He appeared to understand the routines of his victims, their likely routes, and their vulnerabilities. The sophistication implied not only intelligence, but also premeditation, a dangerous combination that made predicting his actions a challenge. Geographic profiling became a central tool. Investigators mapped the locations of both disappearances and body discoveries, analyzing the spatial patterns to identify potential areas of residence or activity. The dispersion of crime scenes suggested someone mobile and knowledgeable about city layouts, rivers, and wooded areas. This geographic insight, combined with behavioral profiling, began narrowing the field of suspects. It indicated a man whose movements were deliberate, methodical, and designed to avoid detection, using the city's infrastructure to his advantage. The intervals between abductions continued to be a key focus. Investigators noted periods of inactivity, which might reflect the killer taking time to study potential victims or simply waiting for optimal conditions. Sudden spikes in abductions suggested opportunism within a structured pattern. The timing offered insights into the killer's psychological state, including his capacity for patience and control. These periods also frustrated the public, as each lull in the murders brought temporary relief followed by renewed fear when another disappearance occurred. Community input remained vital. Parents and local volunteers shared their observations, some of which confirmed patterns identified by law enforcement. The public's vigilance created an extensive observational network, one that functioned as both deterrent and investigative aid. However, the intense anxiety within the community also led to false leads, misidentifications, and heightened suspicion of innocent individuals. Balancing these factors became critical for investigators striving to identify credible information amidst the flood of observations and rumors. As the psychological and geographic profile solidified, a portrait of the Atlanta child murderer began to emerge. A man likely in his 20s or early 30s, methodical, patient, and familiar with the neighborhoods in which he operated. He was intelligent and manipulative, able to gain the trust of children and exploit the vulnerabilities of families. His methods were adaptive, evolving over time, yet consistent enough to suggest a single, calculating offender. It was a terrifying clarity. The city was dealing not with a random act of violence, but with a deliberate, persistent predator whose understanding of human behavior allowed him to strike repeatedly. The growing profile informed law enforcement strategy. Patrols were increased in neighborhoods identified as likely areas of abduction, and surveillance efforts targeted locations consistent with prior patterns. Community awareness campaigns emphasized caution without creating panic, encouraging children to remain vigilant while maintaining as much normalcy as possible. The convergence of behavioral science, forensic analysis, and community engagement reflected a sophisticated approach to a uniquely challenging investigation. By the end of this profiling stage, investigators had a clearer sense of who they were pursuing, even if the perpetrator remained elusive. The combination of methodical behavior, psychological insight, and forensic clues suggested that the Atlanta child murderer was intelligent, patient, and deeply embedded in the social fabric of the city. Each piece of the profile brought law enforcement closer to understanding the predator's methods, motivations, and possible identity, even as Atlanta continued to live under the shadow of fear, grief, and uncertainty. Chapter 6. The Net Tightens. Wayne Williams enters the investigation. By the early months of 1981, the Atlanta child murders had reached a critical point. The city's anxiety had evolved into a collective obsession. Every disappearance reinforced the sense that Atlanta's streets were no longer safe for its youngest residents. Law enforcement, having pieced together patterns and developed profiles of a calculating predator, intensified its efforts to identify the suspect. It was during this period that Wayne Williams, a young African-American man with a complex personal history and a presence in the neighborhoods under investigation, began to draw attention. Though initially unknown to authorities as a potential suspect, His eventual association with the case would prove pivotal, shaping both the investigation and the city's narrative around fear, justice, and community trust. Wayne Williams was born in 1958 in Atlanta, raised in a city undergoing profound social and economic transformation. As a child, he experienced the challenges of urban life, including exposure to crime, familial instability, and systemic inequalities. By adulthood, he had established a life that appeared outwardly conventional, yet beneath the surface were aspects of his personality and behavior that would later alarm investigators. Williams had a history of prior arrests and was known locally, but at first, there was nothing to suggest a connection to the child murders. His presence in the neighborhoods where the disappearances occurred, however, began to place him within the investigative radar. Law enforcement's first encounters with Williams were largely incidental. Surveillance and witness reports had begun to narrow the suspect pool, focusing on males in their 20s and 30s with connections to the areas where victims had disappeared. Williams, in his early 20s at the time, fit the age range and had an established presence in certain neighborhoods under scrutiny. While no direct evidence initially linked him to the crimes, his movements, social circles, and interactions with local children eventually drew attention. The initial investigative lens, shaped by profiling, placed Williams among those who warranted closer observation. The methodology used by investigators reflected both traditional detective work and emerging techniques in criminal profiling. Law enforcement conducted stakeouts, monitored known suspects, and interviewed acquaintances to gather information on habits, routines, and behavioral patterns. Williams' name surfaced during these investigations due to reports of him being seen near locations connected to the disappearances, combined with anecdotal accounts of unusual behavior. Each report was meticulously logged, scrutinized, and cross-referenced with timelines of known abductions. Though circumstantial at first, the accumulation of these details positioned Williams as a person of interest in the complex matrix of the investigation. Psychological insights played a key role in understanding potential suspects. Investigators considered factors such as familiarity with neighborhoods, social networks, personality traits, and past behaviors. Williams' interactions with children, his movement patterns, and his ability to navigate public spaces without drawing attention were carefully analyzed. Behavioral experts noted that a predator capable of executing the Atlanta murders would likely display a combination of charm, strategic planning, and a capacity for manipulation, traits that investigators believe could align with Williams' profile, though it remained only a hypothesis at this stage. Public pressure on the police intensified as the child murders continued. Atlanta's communities demanded action, insisting that authorities identify and apprehend the killer. City officials were acutely aware of the political and social stakes. The murders had become emblematic of broader concerns: racial inequities, systemic failures, and the vulnerability of children in urban environments. Against this backdrop, any promising lead, no matter how preliminary, warranted significant attention. Williams' emerging presence within the investigation exemplified this dynamic. He was scrutinized not only for concrete evidence, but also as a figure who matched multiple criteria derived from the profiling process. The convergence of witness accounts began to create a composite picture of someone who could plausibly be connected to the abductions. People reported seeing a man driving a medium-sized car near locations of disappearances, sometimes at odd hours. Other reports noted a man loitering in areas frequented by children, engaging in behavior deemed suspicious by neighbors. These accounts, though fragmented and inconsistent, allowed investigators to begin correlating Williams' known movements with timelines of the crimes. Each correlation, while circumstantial, was treated as a potential clue, emphasizing the painstaking nature of linking suspects to a series of meticulously executed murders. For the investigative team, the process required balancing urgency with caution. Wrongful suspicion could inflame community tensions, exacerbate fear, and complicate the broader effort to maintain public trust. Atlanta's history of racial disparities in law enforcement made precision and transparency essential. While Williams fit aspects of the profile, authorities understood that confirmation required more than coincidence. Forensic evidence, behavioral consistency, and witness corroboration would be necessary to substantiate any charges. The tension between public demand for resolution and the need for procedural integrity shaped the approach to Williams and the evolving investigation. Community members, meanwhile, continued to contribute to the evolving narrative. Volunteer patrols, neighborhood watches, and parent networks remained vigilant, often providing tips that intersected with official leads. These contributions were invaluable, yet they also generated noise. Reports of suspicious individuals, some accurate and some mistaken, had to be carefully filtered. Williams' presence in the neighborhoods, combined with his interactions with local residents, made him a figure of attention, both informally among citizens and formally within the investigative framework. As the summer of 1981 wore on, the net around potential suspects tightened. Williams' movements, past behavior, and proximity to abduction sites were documented in detail, forming part of a larger investigative mosaic. Detectives understood that establishing a connection to the murders would require meticulous attention to detail, patient observation, and the collection of evidence capable of withstanding scrutiny in court. The stakes were enormous. Not only were more children at risk, but the city's sense of safety, trust, and identity depended on resolving the case decisively. By the end of this initial investigative phase, Wayne Williams had emerged as a central figure in the search for Atlanta's child murderer. Though no conclusive evidence yet linked him to the crimes, his presence in the neighborhoods, combined with patterns identified through profiling and witness reports, placed him at the intersection of suspicion and inquiry. The stage was set for the next critical phase of the investigation, where observation, forensic science, and strategy would converge to determine whether this man, who walked the city's streets in apparent normalcy, could indeed be the predator who had haunted Atlanta for years. As 1981 progressed, Wayne Williams' presence in Atlanta neighborhoods continued to draw scrutiny. Law enforcement intensified its focus, combining traditional investigative techniques with emerging forensic and behavioral strategies. Officers began to track his movements more systematically, reviewing his known connections, social habits, and daily routines. While initial observations were largely circumstantial, the accumulation of data created a web of attention around Williams, one that reflected both the investigative rigor and the urgency dictated by ongoing child murders. Investigators analyzed patterns in victim disappearances alongside Williams' known activities. They sought correlations in dates, times, and locations that could link him to the abductions. Witness reports became increasingly critical. Some recalled seeing a man matching Williams' description near abduction sites or conversing with children in ways that raised suspicion. While human memory is imperfect and these sightings were not definitive proof, the convergence of multiple independent accounts helped create a behavioral mosaic that warranted further surveillance. Each account, no matter how fragmentary, added weight to the hypothesis that Williams was closely connected to the ongoing crimes. The role of forensic science in the investigation began to intensify. Fibers collected from victims' clothing and other trace materials were analyzed in relation to Williams' known possessions, including cars, carpets, and furniture. This evidence, painstakingly gathered and compared, represented a crucial opportunity to establish a physical connection between a suspect and multiple crime scenes. In many ways, it marked the turning point in the investigation, moving from circumstantial suspicion to the potential for concrete, scientifically grounded linkage. The emerging picture suggested that Williams' involvement could be tested objectively, providing a pathway toward both accountability and closure. Police surveillance became more structured. Officers conducted stakeouts near locations associated with the disappearances, monitored vehicles, and reviewed Williams' interactions with neighbors and local children. Each observation was documented meticulously, and discrepancies in accounts were cross-checked against timelines of known murders. This methodical approach was critical, both to ensure that evidence was admissible in court and to prevent mistakes that could inflame public distrust. The pressure on investigators was immense, balancing the need for swift action with procedural rigor and the ethical responsibility to avoid wrongful accusations. Behavioral experts continued refining the profile of the Atlanta child murderer. They examined psychological traits, motivations, and likely routines, comparing these factors to Williams' known behaviors. Analysts considered his social demeanor, movements within neighborhoods, and past criminal record. While the connection remained circumstantial, each trait that aligned with the profile strengthened the focus on Williams. Investigators were not acting solely on suspicion. They were methodically testing hypotheses derived from behavioral science, geographic profiling, and forensic evidence, each component designed to illuminate the patterns underlying the murders. Community dynamics played a critical role in shaping investigative strategies. Residents, aware that the predator was still at large, intensified vigilance. Neighborhood watches patrolled streets. Parents accompanied children to schools and activities, and local organizations coordinated reporting networks. These community efforts created a complex social environment for the investigation. While volunteers often provided critical leads, their heightened alertness sometimes resulted in misidentifications or exaggerated reports. For investigators, the challenge was to extract actionable information while maintaining public trust and managing widespread fear. The intersection of race, social perception, and criminal investigation became increasingly pronounced. Williams, an African-American man active in predominantly black neighborhoods, represented a complicated figure in the context of a racially charged city. Authorities had to navigate the thin line between legitimate suspicion based on evidence and profiling that could reinforce systemic biases. Public communications were handled cautiously, acknowledging the necessity of investigative transparency while mitigating the risk of inflaming racial tensions. Atlanta's history of racial inequity shaped both the investigation and the community's reception of emerging developments. As surveillance continued, small but meaningful connections began to emerge. Williams' vehicle was noted in proximity to certain abduction sites, and forensic fibers from victims' clothing were tentatively matched to fibers associated with him. Each link required rigorous testing and validation, as investigators were acutely aware that circumstantial connections alone would not withstand legal scrutiny. The meticulous nature of this work reflected both the gravity of the crimes and the high stakes inherent in pursuing a suspect whose capture had profound implications for justice and community confidence. The cumulative effect of the investigation, profiling, and surveillance created a narrowing focus on Williams. While the public remained largely unaware of these developments, the investigative team operated with increasing urgency, recognizing that time was critical both for apprehending the suspect and preventing additional tragedies. The convergence of forensic evidence, behavioral analysis, and eyewitness testimony represented a strategic turning point, transforming Williams from a peripheral figure of interest into the central focus of a high-stakes manhunt. By late 1981, the Atlanta child murders investigation had reached a critical juncture. Wayne Williams had emerged from obscurity into a position of prominence in the case. Authorities were no longer pursuing vague leads or theoretical profiles. They were scrutinizing a specific individual whose movements, behaviors, and connections aligned increasingly with the evolving understanding of the killer. The net had tightened, and while definitive evidence was still required, the foundation was laid for the decisive steps that would ultimately define both the investigation and the city's collective memory of these tragic events. The city itself remained on edge. Parents maintained heightened vigilance, neighborhoods patrolled with determination, and the social fabric continued to strain under the weight of fear. Yet within this environment of tension and anxiety, law enforcement advanced methodically, balancing urgency with procedure, suspicion with substantiation. Wayne Williams had become the focal point, but the work to confirm his role in the Atlanta child murders required meticulous coordination, scientific validation, and psychological insight, all undertaken against the backdrop of a city desperate for justice, closure, and a return to safety. Chapter 7. The Arrest. Turning point in Atlanta's nightmare. By 1981, Atlanta had been gripped by fear for nearly 4 years. The relentless string of child murders had left the city anxious, weary, and desperate for resolution. Parents walked their children to school, neighborhoods patrolled streets vigilantly, and public spaces, once vibrant with activity, had grown quiet, overshadowed by the dread that another child could vanish at any moment. Law enforcement had been meticulously following leads, constructing profiles, and collecting evidence, but despite painstaking efforts, the killer remained elusive. It was against this tense backdrop that Wayne Williams' investigation began to accelerate, ultimately leading to a watershed moment in the city's pursuit of justice. Williams had been under increasing scrutiny, with law enforcement meticulously documenting his movements, social interactions, and potential connections to the victims. Police had gathered significant circumstantial evidence, witness accounts placing him near abduction sites, fibers linking him to multiple crime scenes, and patterns of behavior that aligned closely with the profile of the killer. Yet, as critical as these pieces were, authorities understood that suspicion alone was insufficient. They required definitive, actionable evidence that could withstand the rigors of a courtroom while ensuring that justice was delivered accurately and credibly. The day that would mark a turning point came unexpectedly. On June 21, 1981, Williams was arrested following the death of 2 adult victims, Jimmy Ray Payne and Nathaniel Cater, whose cases became crucial because they provided a rare opportunity, adult victims with circumstances allowing for stronger forensic connections. The murders of these adults, initially appearing unrelated to the child killings, were linked through the presence of fibers found on the victims and in Williams' vehicle. This connection became a pivotal point in the investigation, allowing authorities to bridge the gap between circumstantial suspicion and the tangible evidence required for arrest. The arrest itself was executed with precision. Police had obtained sufficient justification to detain Williams and began a thorough search of his residence, vehicle, and personal effects. The goal was not only to gather more forensic evidence, but also to prevent further potential crimes. Law enforcement was acutely aware of the magnitude of this operation. Public interest was intense, and the city's anxiety was palpable. Any misstep could jeopardize the case and inflame already high tensions. The officers involved understood that they were not merely arresting a suspect. They were acting on behalf of a city that had been living under siege for years, with the eyes of the nation watching closely. Forensic analysis was central to this stage of the investigation. Fibers collected from the victim's clothing were matched to materials found in Williams' home and vehicle. The consistency of these fibers across multiple victims provided a compelling link, reinforcing suspicions and establishing a tangible connection. While fiber evidence alone would not have been enough for conviction, in combination with witness accounts, behavioral patterns, and the alignment with the criminal profile, it created a powerful body of evidence. The meticulous documentation and scientific analysis were designed to ensure that the case could withstand scrutiny, both in court and in the court of public opinion. Witness testimony also played a critical role. Residents recalled seeing Williams in proximity to abduction sites or interacting with children under circumstances that, in hindsight, seemed suspicious. These accounts, when carefully correlated with timelines of disappearances and fiber evidence, strengthened the overall case. Each observation, previously seen as anecdotal, now became part of a structured narrative connecting Williams to the series of crimes. The combination of science, psychology, and human observation exemplified the multidisciplinary approach that ultimately defined the investigation. The psychological dimension of the arrest was significant. Williams, now in custody, exhibited a demeanor that ranged from calm to evasive, depending on the circumstances of questioning. Authorities were interested not only in the evidence he could provide, but also in behavioral cues that could corroborate or contradict the profile they had constructed over years of investigation. Interrogations were conducted with meticulous care, balancing the need for clarity with adherence to legal protocols, ensuring that any statements made could be admitted as evidence without violating Williams' rights. The community's response to the arrest was immediate and intense. News of the detention spread rapidly through Atlanta, generating both relief and heightened anticipation. Families who had endured years of uncertainty felt a mix of hope and apprehension. Could this man truly be the individual responsible for the terror that had gripped their city? Was the nightmare finally nearing an end? The arrest marked a significant psychological shift for the city. For the first time in years, there was a tangible sense that justice might be attainable, that the threat could be neutralized, and that the children of Atlanta could live without the pervasive shadow of fear. Law enforcement, while cautious, began preparing the groundwork for the legal process. The collection of evidence, the documentation of witness testimony, and the preparation of forensic analyses were all coordinated to create a case robust enough to withstand scrutiny in court. This phase was critical, as any procedural misstep could undermine the investigation or allow a guilty party to evade accountability. The weight of responsibility rested heavily on investigators, aware that their meticulous work represented not just the pursuit of justice, but also the restoration of public trust. The arrest of Wayne Williams marked a turning point not only in the investigation, but in the city's collective psyche. After years of grief, fear, and uncertainty, Atlanta had a focal point for its pursuit of justice. The subsequent months would involve careful examination of evidence, rigorous courtroom preparation, and the testing of Williams' connection to the string of murders that had terrorized the city. It was the beginning of the most critical stage in the case, where investigative strategy, forensic science, and legal process converged to determine the truth, answer the city's questions, and provide a measure of closure to families who had suffered for far too long. Following Wayne Williams' arrest in June 1981, the city of Atlanta entered a period of tense anticipation. Residents waited anxiously for confirmation that the man in custody was indeed responsible for the series of child murders that had haunted neighborhoods for years. Law enforcement, meanwhile, faced the monumental task of building a case strong enough to secure a conviction. They understood that circumstantial evidence alone would not suffice, and every fiber of forensic material, every eyewitness account, and every detail of Williams' movements would need to be meticulously documented and corroborated. The investigation now entered a new phase, one defined by the painstaking integration of forensic science, behavioral analysis, and meticulous cross-referencing of witness statements. The fibers collected from the victims' clothing and the scenes of their abductions became the cornerstone of the case. Forensic experts analyzed these fibers in relation to Williams' personal environment, including his home, car, and personal belongings. The results were striking. Fibers from multiple victims were consistent with materials associated with Williams, creating a scientific link between him and the crimes. Each correlation strengthened the argument that the same individual was responsible for the series of murders and abductions. Beyond fibers, investigators scrutinized every aspect of Williams' behavior. Surveillance records, witness observations, and documented routines were cross-referenced against the timeline of disappearances. Residents recalled seeing him near schools, parks, and other areas frequented by children, sometimes at unusual hours or under circumstances later deemed suspicious. Each fragment of information, when analyzed collectively, formed a cohesive narrative that aligned with the established behavioral profile of the killer. The convergence of multiple lines of evidence allowed investigators to move beyond speculation and construct a case grounded in fact. The psychological impact of the arrest on Atlanta's community was immediate and profound. Families who had endured years of fear and grief experienced a tentative relief, though the possibility of conviction remained uncertain. Public gatherings, church meetings, and neighborhood discussions reflected a cautious optimism. For the first time in years, the city felt that the nightmare might be nearing its end. Parents could imagine a future where children could play outside without constant vigilance, where schools were safer, and where the streets could regain a sense of normalcy. Yet the shadow of uncertainty remained, as the legal system prepared to test the strength of the case against Williams. AS investigators prepared for prosecution. Legal and procedural considerations became paramount. Every statement, observation, and forensic result had to be validated and admissible in court. Defense attorneys would undoubtedly scrutinize each piece of evidence, seeking inconsistencies or procedural errors that could undermine the case. Prosecutors and law enforcement recognized that the integrity of the investigation was as critical as the evidence itself. This stage demanded patience, precision, and an unwavering commitment to following legal protocols while maintaining focus on the larger objective, securing justice for the victims and their families. Public scrutiny of the case intensified. The arrest was covered extensively in local and national media, with reporters providing continuous updates on developments. This coverage fueled both public hope and anxiety, as residents anticipated confirmation of Williams' guilt while also grappling with the broader implications of the investigation. Media attention amplified the sense that Atlanta's collective grief, fear, and demand for justice had reached a pivotal moment. The city, long traumatized by the child murders, now watched closely as the wheels of law enforcement and the judicial system moved forward. That Williams' own responses during initial questioning and detention were carefully observed. Authorities monitored his demeanor, looking for inconsistencies, evasiveness, or behaviors that might indicate guilt. Each interaction became part of a broader strategy to understand not just the evidence, but the psychological makeup of the suspect. Experts in criminal behavior contributed analyses, interpreting his reactions against the established profile of the Atlanta child murderer. The combination of psychological insight and empirical evidence allowed investigators to refine their understanding and anticipate potential defenses that might arise during prosecution. Community involvement remained critical throughout this phase. Families, volunteers, and neighborhood organizations continued to provide tips, observations, and support to law enforcement. These contributions, while sometimes anecdotal, helped confirm patterns and reinforce the credibility of evidence collected independently by investigators. The symbiotic relationship between the city and its police force underscored the unique challenges of investigating serial crimes in densely populated urban areas, particularly those marked by social and racial complexities. As preparations for trial progressed, the magnitude of the case became increasingly apparent. The Atlanta child murders were not only a criminal investigation, but also a social and political event that highlighted systemic vulnerabilities, community resilience, and the intersection of fear and justice. Williams' arrest had created the framework for accountability, but it also initiated a period of intense scrutiny, legal maneuvering, and emotional strain on families and the community. The stakes could not have been higher. The outcome of the investigation would determine not only the fate of the accused, but also the broader perception of justice, safety, and social responsibility in Atlanta. By the end of this stage, it was clear that Wayne Williams' arrest represented more than the detention of a single suspect. It was the convergence of years of investigation, forensic innovation, behavioral profiling, and community vigilance. The city's collective anxiety, grief, and determination had brought law enforcement to a critical turning point. The path ahead would be arduous, requiring rigorous courtroom procedures, careful presentation of evidence, and the steadfast pursuit of truth. Yet the arrest had changed the dynamics of the investigation irrevocably. Atlanta now had a focal point for its search for justice, a tangible step toward ending the terror that had plagued its streets, and a glimmer of hope that the nightmare might finally be resolved. Chapter 8. The Trial, Justice on Trial. The arrest of Wayne Williams in June 1981 marked a turning point in Atlanta's struggle with the child murders, but it also heralded the beginning of an intricate and highly scrutinized legal process. The city, traumatized by years of disappearances, vigilantly watched as law enforcement, prosecutors, and forensic experts prepared to present a case that could finally provide answers. The trial was not simply a legal proceeding. It became a crucible in which the weight of grief, fear, social dynamics, and scientific evidence would all converge. For the families of victims, it was a moment when hope for justice intertwined with anxiety over whether the system could deliver a verdict that matched the enormity of their loss. The prosecution faced a monumental task. Though Williams' arrest had been supported by a growing body of circumstantial evidence, the complexity of serial crimes demanded a presentation that was both meticulous and compelling. Fiber analysis had become central, linking him to multiple victims, but this scientific evidence, still emerging in its sophistication during the early 1980s, required careful explanation to jurors unfamiliar with forensic methodologies. Witness testimony, timelines, and behavioral correlations had to be integrated into a narrative that was both factual and coherent, ensuring that each connection was legally sound while reflecting the gravity of the crimes. Central to the prosecution strategy was demonstrating a pattern that connected Williams to multiple murders. The sequence of disappearances, the similarities in victim profiles, and the geographic dispersion of abduction and disposal sites all underscored a methodical approach by the perpetrator. By aligning these patterns with Williams' known movements, lifestyle, and interactions, investigators built a framework suggesting not isolated incidents, but a sustained series of calculated acts. The presentation required extraordinary precision, as any inconsistency could be leveraged by the defense to sow doubt in the minds of jurors. The role of fiber evidence cannot be overstated. Fibers collected from victims' clothing and bodies were compared to materials in Williams' home, vehicle, and personal possessions. Analysts meticulously cataloged these fibers, examining color, composition, and microscopic characteristics. The argument hinged on demonstrating that the probability of such matches occurring by coincidence was exceedingly low, thereby establishing a scientific link to the suspect. For jurors, who were largely unacquainted with the technical aspects of forensic fiber analysis, the prosecution needed to balance complexity with clarity, transforming minute strands of evidence into a compelling narrative of culpability. Witness testimony played a critical complementary role. Individuals who had seen Williams in proximity to abduction sites, interacted with children under suspicious circumstances, or observed unusual behavior contributed to the overarching narrative. These accounts, when synchronized with the timeline of disappearances and forensic findings, reinforced the plausibility of Williams' involvement. Each narrative fragment became a crucial thread in a tapestry of evidence, illustrating not just the mechanics of the crimes, but the broader behavioral patterns that aligned with the established profile of the Atlanta child murderer. The defense faced an equally formidable challenge. Williams' legal team emphasized the circumstantial nature of much of the evidence, questioning the reliability of fiber analysis, the consistency of witness accounts, and the interpretation of behavioral patterns. They argued that while Williams might have been present in the city's neighborhoods, this did not constitute proof of his involvement in a series of murders. The defense's strategy underscored a fundamental tension in criminal trials involving serial offenses, bridging the gap between statistical probability, behavioral correlation, and legal standards of proof. Every detail, every expert witness, and every exhibit became a focal point for argument and counterargument. Public attention to the trial was intense. Media coverage was pervasive, with newspapers, television broadcasts, and radio segments reporting each development. Families of victims, neighbors, and residents followed the proceedings closely, hoping for clarity, but also acutely aware of the emotional toll. The trial became a communal experience, with the city collectively processing grief, anticipation, and fear while witnessing the procedural unfolding of justice. The visibility of the case underscored its social significance. This was not merely a courtroom matter, but a reflection of Atlanta's struggle to confront trauma, inequality, and the vulnerabilities of its children. The courtroom itself became a theater of scrutiny. Forensic experts explained their findings with precision, emphasizing methodology, statistical likelihoods, and procedural safeguards. Behavioral analysts discussed patterns of abduction, psychological traits, and the calculated nature of the crimes. Witnesses recounted observations with emotion restrained yet palpable, balancing the demands of factual testimony with the raw impact of their experiences. The prosecution aimed to demonstrate coherence and reliability across all evidence, constructing a narrative that portrayed Williams not as a suspect in isolation, but as the central figure in a complex, sustained campaign of predation. Defense strategies included highlighting gaps in evidence, emphasizing the potential for alternative explanations, and questioning the methodologies used in fiber analysis. Experts were cross-examined rigorously, with the defense probing for weaknesses in sampling, preservation, and interpretation. The presentation highlighted the novelty of forensic fiber evidence at the time, reminding jurors that scientific methods, while compelling, were not infallible. This tension between emerging forensic science and traditional legal scrutiny added an additional layer of complexity to an already emotionally charged trial. Psychological factors influenced both jurors and the broader public. The enormity of the crimes, combined with the vivid media coverage, heightened emotional stakes. Jurors were tasked with evaluating technical evidence and expert testimony while grappling with the profound social and moral implications of their decision. The prosecution's careful weaving of circumstantial evidence, behavioral profiling, and forensic science aimed to guide jurors through a coherent narrative, illustrating that Williams' connection to the murders was consistent, compelling, and legally sufficient. By the conclusion of the first phase of trial proceedings, it was evident that the case against Wayne Williams would be defined by the convergence of forensic science, behavioral analysis, and witness testimony. Each component of the evidence was interdependent, forming a network designed to demonstrate both the consistency and uniqueness of Williams' connection to the child murders. The trial represented a crucible in which Atlanta's fear, grief, and demand for justice were tested against the procedural, evidentiary, and psychological frameworks of the legal system. As the trial of Wayne Williams progressed, the intensity inside the courtroom reflected the broader tension gripping Atlanta. The city had endured years of uncertainty, fear, and grief, and now, for the first time, it awaited a legal resolution. The prosecution continued to present a meticulously constructed case, emphasizing the convergence of fiber evidence, witness testimony, and behavioral patterns. Each detail was carefully framed to demonstrate consistency, methodical intent, and a connection between Williams and the long string of child murders that had terrorized neighborhoods since the late 1970s. That fiber evidence remained the linchpin of the prosecution's argument. Experts testified regarding the microscopic strands collected from victims' clothing, carpets, and other locations. They explained how these fibers were compared to materials found in Williams' home, his car, and personal belongings. The similarities, they argued, were statistically significant, suggesting a direct link between Williams and multiple victims. For the jurors, who were largely unfamiliar with forensic science at the time, this testimony was both technical and persuasive, requiring careful explanation to convey the weight of the evidence while maintaining clarity. Witness accounts were presented sequentially, painting a disturbing mosaic of Williams' behavior and presence in the neighborhoods where children had vanished. Residents recalled seeing him near abduction sites, engaging with children in ways that, when viewed retrospectively, aligned with the methods outlined in the behavioral profile. Teachers, neighbors, and other community members testified to observations that, although seemingly innocuous individually, collectively contributed to a pattern of opportunity, access, and predatory behavior. Each account strengthened the prosecution's narrative that Williams' presence was far from coincidental. The behavioral analysis component of the trial was equally compelling. Experts described the calculated nature of the crimes, emphasizing how the selection of victims, the timing of abductions, and the choice of disposal sites demonstrated a methodical predator operating within familiar urban landscapes. Psychologists and criminologists explained how these traits aligned with known patterns of serial offenders, underscoring the likelihood that a single individual was responsible for the consistent, repeated targeting of children in Atlanta. These insights provided jurors with a framework to understand the psychology behind the crimes, making the abstract statistics and forensic data more tangible and emotionally resonant. Defense attorneys rigorously challenged the prosecution's assertions. They highlighted the circumstantial nature of much of the evidence, questioned the interpretation of fiber matches, and raised concerns about the reliability of witness testimony. Cross-examinations focused on potential flaws in forensic methodology, the possibility of misidentification, and the novelty of fiber analysis as a forensic tool. The defense sought to instill doubt, emphasizing that while Williams might have been present in relevant areas, correlation did not necessarily prove causation. Their strategy was to remind jurors that in the American legal system, the burden of proof rested squarely on the prosecution. Public attention to the trial remained intense. Families of victims, city residents, and media outlets followed proceedings closely, aware that the outcome would profoundly influence both justice and collective closure. Courtroom observers documented reactions to testimony, noting moments of emotional intensity when witnesses recounted harrowing experiences or when forensic experts detailed the scientific connections between Williams and the victims. Outside the courtroom, the city buzzed with discussions about the case, reflecting the broader social and emotional impact of a trial that had transcended legal boundaries to become a civic and cultural event. Throughout the proceedings, the prosecution carefully linked each line of evidence into a coherent narrative. Witness testimony corroborated timelines, fiber evidence aligned with geographic locations and behavioral patterns, and psychological profiling provided context for the methods and motives of the offender. This multidimensional approach aimed not only to demonstrate guilt, but to create an integrated understanding of how Williams' actions fit into the broader context of the Atlanta child murders. The meticulous orchestration of evidence was designed to withstand legal scrutiny while communicating to the jury the inevitability of the conclusion the prosecution sought. Defense challenges prompted the prosecution to emphasize transparency and scientific rigor. Each fiber sample, each eyewitness account, and each behavioral correlation was carefully documented, reviewed, and represented to ensure clarity and credibility. The stakes were enormous. A conviction would bring justice for victims and families, while any procedural misstep could allow a dangerous offender to evade accountability. This dual pressure heightened the intensity of the courtroom, as both sides engaged in meticulous legal maneuvering, balancing technical detail with the emotional weight of the crimes. The trial also revealed the broader social dimensions of the Atlanta child murders. Questions of race, urban inequality, and public trust were implicit throughout proceedings. Williams, an African-American man operating in predominantly black neighborhoods, became the focal point for societal anxieties and narratives about community, vulnerability, and law enforcement efficacy. Attorneys, judges, and experts navigated these dynamics carefully, understanding that the trial was not only about establishing guilt, but also about maintaining procedural fairness and mitigating potential social fallout. It'd be why the conclusion of this phase of the trial, the prosecution had presented a compelling case grounded in forensic science, behavioral analysis, and corroborated witness testimony. The defense had systematically challenged every aspect, emphasizing the need for caution, precision, and adherence to legal standards. Jurors were left to weigh the evidence, interpret the scientific and behavioral arguments, and consider the emotional testimony of families who had endured years of uncertainty. The trial had become more than a legal proceeding. It was a crucible in which justice, science, psychology, and societal expectations intersected, creating a complex, high-stakes environment that would ultimately determine the fate of Wayne Williams and the legacy of the Atlanta child murders. Chapter 9: Conviction and Controversy, Verdict and Public Reaction. The courtroom atmosphere in Atlanta during the trial of Wayne Williams was electric with anticipation and tension. After months of meticulous evidence presentation, witness testimonies, and expert analyses, the city waited for the culmination of a case that had captured national attention and profoundly affected the lives of countless families. The murders of over 20 children had left Atlanta reeling, and now the eyes of the city and the country were on the jury, charged with deciding the fate of a man accused of orchestrating a series of horrifying crimes. Wayne Williams had been under intense scrutiny for nearly a year by the time the trial reached its climax. His arrest had been followed by careful collection of evidence, detailed interviews, and ongoing surveillance. Fiber analysis, a relatively new forensic tool at the time, was central to linking Williams to multiple victims. Strands of carpet, upholstery, and clothing fibers from his home and vehicle matched those found on the bodies of victims, creating a tangible, scientific connection. Though such evidence was innovative and sometimes challenged by defense attorneys, it formed the backbone of the prosecution's argument that Williams was not only present in relevant locations, but directly involved in the abductions and murders. Witness testimonies throughout the trial painted a chilling picture. Residents recounted seeing Williams in proximity to abduction sites, interacting with children under circumstances later deemed suspicious, and appearing in locations that aligned with the geographic patterns of the murders. Teachers, neighbors, and acquaintances provided accounts that, while individually circumstantial, collectively created a compelling narrative. When synchronized with timelines, fiber evidence, and behavioral profiling, these testimonies reinforced the prosecution's position. Williams' presence was no coincidence, and his actions were consistent with the patterns of a calculating predator. The psychological profile presented in court played a crucial role in helping the jury understand the nature of the crimes. Behavioral experts described how the selection of victims, methods of abduction, and disposal of bodies reflected a deliberate, methodical strategy. The killer's ability to exploit familiarity, gain trust, and manipulate both children and community perception indicated intelligence, patience, and a deep-seated need for control. This analysis provided jurors with insight into the offender's mindset, contextualizing the evidence and reinforcing the likelihood of a single, consistent perpetrator. In this case, Williams. The defense, however, worked diligently to cast doubt on the prosecution's case. Attorneys emphasized the circumstantial nature of much of the evidence, questioned the reliability of fiber analysis, and highlighted inconsistencies in witness testimonies. They argued that Williams' presence in the neighborhoods and his interactions with children did not constitute proof of guilt. The defense sought to remind jurors that correlation does not imply causation and that the burden of proof rested squarely with the prosecution. Every cross-examination, every pointed question, and every challenge to forensic methodology was strategically designed to undermine confidence in the prosecution's narrative. Public interest in the trial amplified the stakes. Media coverage was relentless, with newspapers, television, and radio outlets reporting every procedural update, witness account, and expert testimony. Families of victims, community members, and residents followed proceedings closely, aware that the verdict would determine not only the outcome of a criminal case, but also a measure of closure for the city's prolonged suffering. The trial became a focal point for societal reflection, highlighting broader issues of community safety, racial dynamics, and the role of emerging forensic science in solving complex crimes. As the trial drew to a conclusion, prosecutors summarized their case with clarity and intensity. They emphasized the convergence of multiple lines of evidence, fiber matches, eyewitness accounts, behavioral consistency, and presented a compelling argument that Williams' actions and movements were not coincidental but directly connected to the abductions and murders. The prosecution underscored the cumulative weight of evidence, aiming to demonstrate that, taken together, the facts provided a clear and convincing basis for conviction. The defense's closing arguments focused on challenging the certainty of these connections. Attorneys reminded jurors of the novelty of fiber analysis, the potential for misidentification, and the gaps in direct physical evidence linking Williams to each individual crime. They argued that the prosecution's case relied heavily on circumstantial evidence and interpretation rather than irrefutable proof. The defense strategy was designed to instill reasonable doubt, the cornerstone of criminal law, emphasizing that without absolute certainty, the jury could not justly convict. Throughout the proceedings, the jurors were acutely aware of the gravity of their responsibility. They had to evaluate complex scientific testimony, reconcile conflicting witness accounts, and interpret behavioral analyses, all while considering the emotional weight of the crimes. The lives of children, the grief of families, and the broader social context of Atlanta hung in the balance. Each decision, each interpretation of evidence, carried profound implications not only for Williams, but also for the city's sense of justice and closure. As closing arguments concluded, the trial moved to the jury for deliberation. The city waited in tense anticipation, reflecting on the years of fear and uncertainty that had gripped neighborhoods, schools, and homes. The case of Wayne Williams was not simply a criminal trial. It had become a collective reckoning for a city scarred by violence, grief, and the relentless quest for justice. The jurors' task was to determine whether the meticulous investigation, innovative forensic science, and convergent behavioral evidence were sufficient to hold Williams accountable for one of the most notorious series of crimes in American history. The jury deliberated for several days, navigating the complexities of evidence, witness testimony, and forensic analysis. Each juror carried the weight of the city's collective anxiety, grief, and demand for justice. The room where deliberations took place was charged with the magnitude of their responsibility, a responsibility to evaluate fiber evidence, behavioral analysis, eyewitness accounts, and the credibility of both prosecution and defense arguments. The stakes could not have been higher. The verdict would determine not only Wayne Williams' fate, but also Atlanta's long-sought sense of closure. Finally, on February 27, 1982, the verdict was delivered. Wayne Williams was convicted for the murders of two adult men, Jimmy Ray Payne and Nathaniel Cater, whose cases had provided the most conclusive forensic linkage at the time. While Williams was not formally tried for the murder of the children, the fiber evidence and behavioral correlations strongly implicated him in the broader series of Atlanta child murders. The courtroom erupted in a mixture of relief, disbelief, and lingering anxiety as the city absorbed the weight of the outcome. Families of victims, community members, and law enforcement experienced a complex interplay of vindication, sorrow, and cautious optimism. The conviction was based on a combination of fiber analysis and circumstantial evidence, establishing that Williams' fibers matched those found on multiple victims. Testimony confirmed that the likelihood of such matches occurring coincidentally was extraordinarily low, providing a robust scientific foundation for the jury's decision. Additionally, witness accounts and behavioral analyses corroborated the connection between Williams and the murders, painting a consistent portrait of opportunity, methodical planning, and predatory behavior. The jury's decision reflected a synthesis of these elements, acknowledging the compelling nature of convergent evidence even in the absence of direct eyewitness testimony linking him to the children's deaths. Public reaction to the verdict was deeply divided. Many Atlanta residents felt a sense of relief and closure, believing that justice had finally been served after years of fear and mourning. Parents, community activists, and civic leaders expressed gratitude for the diligence of law enforcement and prosecutors. Yet skepticism persisted among certain groups, particularly those who questioned the reliance on fiber evidence and the absence of a formal trial for the children's murders. Debates emerged over the sufficiency of circumstantial evidence and the broader implications of Williams' conviction, reflecting ongoing tensions around race, justice, and the interpretation of forensic science in criminal cases. Media coverage of the verdict amplified these reactions. Newspapers, television broadcasts, and radio programs reported the outcome extensively, highlighting both the legal reasoning and the social implications of the trial. Analysts dissected the role of fiber evidence, the impact of behavioral profiling, and the challenges faced by law enforcement in prosecuting serial crimes. Editorials debated whether the conviction fully addressed the broader series of child murders, and public forums discussed the balance between scientific evidence, procedural justice, and community trust. The verdict became more than a legal conclusion. It was a catalyst for civic dialogue about accountability, justice, and the evolving role of forensic science. Families of the victims faced a complex emotional landscape. For some, the conviction represented vindication, an acknowledgement of their suffering, and the promise of closure. For others, questions lingered about the full extent of Williams' culpability, as he had not been formally tried for each child murder. The juxtaposition of relief and lingering doubt created a nuanced emotional reality, reflecting the broader societal challenges of reconciling legal outcomes with the human desire for comprehensive justice. Support networks, counseling services, and community initiatives emerged to help families navigate this difficult period, emphasizing resilience and collective healing. Legal experts and criminologists analyzed the trial extensively. They noted the pioneering role of fiber evidence in securing a conviction and the significance of integrating behavioral profiling into a legal context. The case became a touchstone for discussions about circumstantial evidence, the reliability of emerging forensic techniques, and the challenges of prosecuting serial offenders in a judicial system that traditionally relied heavily on direct testimony and physical evidence. These analyses informed both academic discourse and practical approaches to criminal investigations, highlighting Atlanta as a case study in the evolution of forensic science and criminal justice strategy. Despite the conviction, controversy persisted. Some advocacy groups and members of the public argued that gaps remained in the investigation, particularly regarding the broader scope of the child murders. Questions about procedural fairness, racial dynamics, and the interpretation of forensic data continued to provoke debate. Scholars and journalists examined the societal and systemic factors that shaped both the crimes and the response, including urban inequality, community trust in law enforcement, and media influence. The trial, while legally resolved, catalyzed ongoing reflection about justice, accountability, and the complexities of prosecuting serial crimes in socially and racially charged contexts. The Williams conviction also had a profound impact on law enforcement practices. The integration of fiber evidence, behavioral profiling, and meticulous investigation became models for future cases. Agencies across the United States studied the Atlanta child murders investigation to understand the interplay between scientific innovation, procedural rigor, and community engagement. Lessons learned from the case informed policies, training programs, and investigative techniques, underscoring the broader significance of the trial beyond the immediate legal outcome. As Atlanta sought to recover from the years of fear and loss, the city faced the challenge of balancing closure with ongoing reflection. The conviction of Wayne Williams addressed immediate demands for accountability, but the broader legacy of the Atlanta child murders encompassed societal introspection, advances in forensic methodology, and the enduring need for vigilance and community resilience. Families, law enforcement, and the public grappled with these realities, navigating the tension between relief, grief, and the pursuit of a deeper understanding of the events that had forever altered the city's social fabric. Chapter 10: The Aftermath, Societal Impact and Lessons Learned. The conviction of Wayne Williams in 1982 marked the legal resolution of one of Atlanta's most harrowing periods. But the aftermath of the Atlanta child murders extended far beyond the courtroom. For years, the city had been gripped by fear, and the murder of over 20 children had shaken public confidence, exposed systemic vulnerabilities, and left deep psychological scars on families, neighborhoods, and institutions. The conclusion of Williams' trial was both a relief and a complex catalyst for reflection, forcing Atlanta to confront broader societal, legal, and cultural implications that extended far beyond the immediate events. In the immediate aftermath, public reaction was mixed. Families who had suffered the profound loss of children felt a tentative sense of closure and vindication, acknowledging the role of law enforcement and the judicial system in securing a conviction. Yet, many others expressed lingering doubt, questioning whether Williams had been responsible for all of the child murders or whether systemic failures had left certain cases unresolved. The tension between relief and skepticism underscored a central reality. While the conviction addressed some elements of justice, the emotional, psychological, and communal ramifications of the murders required ongoing attention and healing. The media played a critical role in shaping public understanding of both the trial and its broader aftermath. Newspapers, television broadcasts, and radio programs analyzed the verdict, emphasizing the role of forensic fiber evidence and behavioral profiling in securing a conviction. Coverage frequently highlighted the innovative use of scientific methods in solving complex crimes, framing the Atlanta child murders as a landmark case in forensic history. At the same time, journalists examined the social and racial dynamics inherent in the investigation, sparking broader conversations about justice, equity, and trust between law enforcement and marginalized communities. The social impact on Atlanta was profound. Parents, schools, and neighborhood organizations remained hypervigilant for years, reflecting the enduring psychological imprint of the murders. Community initiatives aimed at improving child safety, enhancing neighborhood watch programs, and fostering engagement between residents and law enforcement emerged as direct responses to the crisis. The city's collective experience underscored the intersection of fear, civic responsibility, and proactive intervention, illustrating how public trauma can catalyze structural and cultural changes within urban environments. Law enforcement agencies reflected on both successes and shortcomings in the investigation. The integration of fiber analysis as a forensic tool had been groundbreaking, demonstrating the potential for scientific evidence to solve serial crimes when traditional investigative methods alone might have failed. Behavioral profiling, geographic correlation of abduction sites, and meticulous collection of witness statements further exemplified evolving approaches to criminal investigation. At the same time, the investigation highlighted areas for improvement, including interagency coordination, community communication, and strategies for managing public fear while conducting complex, high-profile cases. The trial and conviction of Williams also prompted broader societal discourse regarding race and justice. Atlanta, with its significant African American population and complex racial history, became a focal point for debates about profiling, equity in law enforcement, and the broader social conditions that allowed such a predator to operate within the city undetected for years. Scholars, journalists, and community activists examined the intersection of systemic inequality, urban poverty, and access to resources as factors influencing both the crimes and the investigative response. These conversations shaped public policy debates and fostered critical examination of law enforcement practices in racially diverse urban settings. Psychologically, the city's children and families experienced long-term consequences. The murders instilled heightened fear, impacting social behavior, routines, and community interactions. Schools implemented stricter safety measures, parents closely monitored children's activities, and public awareness campaigns sought to educate residents on personal safety without inducing panic. The collective trauma manifested in both immediate behavioral changes and enduring social memory, illustrating the deep, often invisible effects of serial crimes on urban communities. The academic and forensic communities drew key lessons from the Atlanta child murders case. Fiber evidence, once a relatively novel tool, gained prominence as a viable method for establishing connections between suspects and victims. The case also reinforced the importance of multidisciplinary approaches, combining psychological profiling, geographic analysis, and scientific methodology to tackle complex criminal patterns. Law enforcement agencies across the United States studied Atlanta's approach, adapting strategies for serial crime investigations and integrating lessons learned into training, protocols, and investigative best practices at the community level. The aftermath prompted initiatives to restore trust and engagement. Civic organizations, local government, and neighborhood associations collaborated to improve communication, enhance safety infrastructure, and support families affected by trauma. Programs designed to foster resilience, mentorship, and youth engagement emerged as direct responses to the psychological and social void created by the murders. The Atlanta child murders thus left a legacy not only of tragedy, but also of proactive community mobilization, illustrating how urban communities can respond constructively to collective trauma. In addition to civic and institutional lessons, the case influenced public perceptions of criminal justice, forensic science, and accountability. The trial of Wayne Williams highlighted the capacity of scientific innovation to transform investigations, demonstrating that evidence, such as microscopic fibers, could be decisive when traditional methods fell short. It also emphasized the importance of cross-disciplinary collaboration, careful documentation, and procedural integrity in high-stakes criminal cases. These insights reverberated beyond Atlanta, influencing national discussions about the evolving role of science, psychology, and law in prosecuting serial offenses. The long-term effects of the Atlanta child murders case extended well beyond the courtroom and the immediate relief following Wayne Williams' conviction. Atlanta, once terrorized by a predator who had claimed the lives of over 20 children, now faced the challenge of rebuilding a sense of safety, trust, and community cohesion. The murders had exposed systemic vulnerabilities, racial and social tensions, and the limits of traditional investigative methods. In the aftermath, these lessons became central to city planning, law enforcement strategy, and social programming, leaving a legacy that would shape Atlanta for decades. One of the most significant impacts was on law enforcement methodology. The use of fiber evidence to link Williams to multiple victims represented a turning point in forensic science. Prior to this case, fiber analysis was largely peripheral in criminal investigations, often regarded as supplementary rather than decisive. The Atlanta child murders trial demonstrated that careful collection, preservation, and comparison of microscopic fibers could provide critical connections in the absence of direct eyewitness testimony. Forensic laboratories across the United States began to adopt similar techniques, integrating fiber and trace evidence more systematically into serial crime investigations. Behavioral profiling, another key element of the investigation, gained prominence as well. Criminal psychologists and investigators collaborated to develop detailed offender profiles, incorporating knowledge of psychology, geographic patterns, and victim selection. This approach enabled law enforcement to narrow their focus, prioritize leads, and anticipate potential behaviors of the perpetrator. In Atlanta, this method helped concentrate investigative resources on Wayne Williams and establish a coherent narrative linking him to the series of murders. Nationally, the case influenced training programs and investigative frameworks for handling serial offenses, reinforcing the value of combining behavioral science with empirical evidence. The societal response in Atlanta highlighted the interplay between community engagement and public safety. Neighborhoods, schools, and civic organizations became increasingly proactive, implementing watch programs, youth mentorship initiatives, and public awareness campaigns. Parents monitored children more closely, and schools adopted enhanced safety protocols. While these measures reflected a city traumatized by past events, they also demonstrated resilience and the capacity for collective action. The legacy of vigilance and community-driven safety initiatives remains a critical outcome of the Atlanta child murders case, emphasizing the importance of civic involvement in crime prevention. The case also had profound implications for racial and social discourse. Wayne Williams, an African-American man, became a focal point for debates about racial profiling, systemic inequities, and the intersection of race and justice. Critics argued that the investigation had disproportionately scrutinized Black neighborhoods and individuals, while supporters emphasized the evidence-driven nature of the case. These debates prompted ongoing conversations about equity in law enforcement, the risks of implicit bias, and the challenges of ensuring fair treatment while addressing public safety concerns. Atlanta, with its complex racial history, became a microcosm for national discussions on justice, representation, and accountability. Psychological impacts extended beyond the courtroom to the broader population. The prolonged period of uncertainty and fear had left deep scars on families and communities, influencing behavior, social interactions, and trust in public institutions. Counseling programs, support groups, and community engagement initiatives emerged as critical tools for healing, providing resources for families who had lost children and for neighborhoods affected by collective trauma. These interventions helped address both immediate emotional needs and the long-term psychological consequences of living under sustained threat, emphasizing the importance of mental health support in the aftermath of serial crimes. Education and youth programs also became a central focus. Recognizing the vulnerability of children, Atlanta implemented initiatives to promote safety awareness, empowerment, and engagement. Schools collaborated with local law enforcement to teach children about personal safety without inducing fear, balancing protective measures with a commitment to normalcy. These programs, shaped directly by the experiences of the Atlanta child murders, illustrated how communities can transform tragedy into proactive education, fostering resilience, and equipping the next generation with tools to navigate potential dangers. The legal and academic communities analyzed the broader implications of the case extensively. Law schools, criminology programs, and forensic science courses incorporated the Atlanta child murders as a case study in methodology, ethics, and innovation. Discussions emphasized the importance of interdisciplinary collaboration, procedural integrity, and the judicious use of emerging scientific techniques. The case became a benchmark for understanding how innovative forensic approaches could intersect with traditional legal frameworks to address complex criminal patterns effectively on a societal level. The Atlanta child murders left an enduring imprint on civic consciousness. The city's collective experience demonstrated the fragility of safety, the critical role of community awareness, and the necessity of systemic responsiveness to emerging threats. Policymakers, law enforcement agencies, and community leaders adopted lessons from the case to improve urban safety, enhance investigative protocols, and foster greater trust between citizens and authorities. Atlanta's response served as a model for other cities confronting similar challenges, illustrating how trauma can catalyze reform and community resilience. Ultimately, the aftermath of the Atlanta child murders highlighted the interconnectedness of justice, science, community engagement, and social reflection. While Wayne Williams' conviction addressed the immediate need for accountability, the broader lessons encompassed prevention, systemic improvement, and collective healing. The city's ability to adapt, learn, and implement meaningful change represented a lasting legacy of resilience in the face of one of the most tragic chapters in its history. The Atlanta child murders, though a source of profound pain, ultimately reshaped law enforcement practices, forensic science, and community vigilance, leaving a mark that extended far beyond the courtroom and into the very fabric of the city. Chapter 11. Unanswered questions, doubts, controversies, and speculations. Even after the conviction of Wayne Williams, the Atlanta child murders continued to cast long shadows over the city, leaving behind a tapestry of unanswered questions and unresolved doubts. Though law enforcement had secured a conviction in 2 adult cases, the broader series of child murders, numbering over 20, was never formally tried. For families of victims, residents, and observers across the nation, the conviction provided closure for some, but raised enduring concerns about whether the full truth had been revealed and whether justice had been comprehensively served. One of the central points of contention lies in the scope of Williams' culpability. The prosecution presented a compelling case connecting him to the murders through fiber evidence, behavioral profiling, and circumstantial correlations. Yet skeptics argue that this evidence, while suggestive, could not definitively tie him to every child's death. Critics point out that fiber analysis, though pioneering at the time, remains circumstantial. Microscopic fibers can, in rare instances, be transferred through secondary contact, misidentified, or misinterpreted. For those who had lost children, this raised painful questions. Had the person convicted truly been responsible for all the horrors that had shattered the city? The reliance on fiber evidence also sparked intense debate within forensic and legal circles. In the early 1980s, fiber comparison was still an emerging science. Laboratories employed meticulous techniques, but the methods lacked the standardized protocols and statistical rigor that contemporary forensic science now mandates. Defense attorneys, and later skeptics in the public sphere, argued that the potential for error, however minimal, could leave room for doubt. For families, the technical debate sometimes seemed abstract compared to the visceral reality of their loss, yet it remained central to understanding the limitations and strengths of the conviction. Geographic and behavioral analyses further fueled speculation. While investigators noted patterns in victim disappearances and disposal sites, some experts questioned whether Williams alone could have orchestrated all the murders, especially given the varying circumstances surrounding each child's death. Certain cases involved unique circumstances, such as differing methods of abduction or disparate locations, which some argued might suggest multiple perpetrators. These interpretations remained speculative, but they created a persistent undercurrent of doubt that complicated public perception of the case and fueled ongoing debate among criminologists, journalists, and local residents. Eyewitness testimony, too, became a point of contention. Many accounts were compelling, placing Williams near abduction sites or observing suspicious behavior. Yet, human memory is inherently fallible, especially under stress or trauma, and some observers later questioned the accuracy of recollections. Variations in witness reports, coupled with intense media coverage, created a dynamic in which facts and perceptions could be blurred. Legal analysts note that, in high-profile cases, this phenomenon can both strengthen a prosecution's narrative and simultaneously open avenues for doubt and speculation, contributing to ongoing controversy long after the courtroom proceedings conclude. Racial and social dynamics compounded the complexities of the case. Williams, an African-American man operating within predominantly black neighborhoods, became a focal point for broader societal anxieties. Some critics contended that his arrest and conviction were influenced by systemic pressures to resolve the case quickly, in part due to public fear and media scrutiny. Others argued that the city's law enforcement agencies, conscious of racial dynamics, had conducted a painstaking investigation grounded in evidence. These divergent interpretations underscored the ways in which social context, race, and public sentiment can shape perceptions of guilt, fairness, and justice, leaving lasting questions about the broader implications of high-profile criminal cases. The victims' families experienced profound tension between closure and uncertainty. While some accepted the conviction as justice for their children, others remained haunted by unanswered questions. Could someone else have committed certain murders? Were there failures in the investigative process that prevented the full truth from emerging? This duality, relief tempered by doubt, created an emotional landscape that was complex, multifaceted, and enduring. Counseling and support networks were crucial in helping families navigate these tensions, but the emotional ambiguity persisted for years, highlighting the psychological consequences of unresolved aspects of violent crime. Media coverage, both contemporary and retrospective, further amplified controversy. Documentaries, news reports, and investigative journalism revisited the case repeatedly, analyzing the evidence, questioning procedural decisions, and exploring alternative theories. While these analyses helped the public understand forensic techniques and legal strategies, they also perpetuated skepticism by emphasizing gaps or ambiguities in the official narrative. Over time, this sustained attention solidified the Atlanta child murders as a case not only of criminal investigation, but also of social and cultural discourse, where questions of science, justice, and perception intersected. Another source of speculation involved the potential for additional unknown victims. Investigators and journalists have debated whether other cases in Atlanta and surrounding areas might be connected to Williams' period of activity. Some children who disappeared or were found deceased outside the officially recognized series have been considered potential victims, though definitive connections were never established. This uncertainty contributes to the enduring aura of mystery surrounding the case, illustrating the challenges inherent in comprehensively mapping serial crimes in urban environments with complex social dynamics. The controversy surrounding Wayne Williams' conviction also reflects broader tensions in the criminal justice system. High-profile cases often involve the interplay of evidence, public expectation, and systemic pressures. In Atlanta, the intense demand for resolution created an environment in which law enforcement faced extraordinary scrutiny and pressure to identify and prosecute a suspect. While the investigation was rigorous and innovative, the surrounding societal context, media attention, community fear, and political oversight inevitably shaped both perception and interpretation. These factors have fueled decades of debate over the completeness and accuracy of the official narrative as a result. The Atlanta child murders case remains a subject of fascination and debate. Scholars, journalists, criminologists, and the public continue to analyze evidence, explore alternative theories, and consider systemic lessons. The unresolved questions surrounding the full scope of Williams' responsibility, the interpretation of forensic evidence, and the influence of social and racial dynamics illustrate the enduring complexity of serial crime cases. For the families, the city, and the nation, the case serves as a reminder that justice, while pursued meticulously in the courtroom, can leave lingering ambiguities in the collective consciousness. In the years following Wayne Williams' conviction, the Atlanta child murders continued to be scrutinized, debated, and analyzed by law enforcement professionals, journalists, and the general public. The unresolved aspects of the case, combined with the enormity of the crimes, created a narrative that was part criminal investigation, part social discourse, and part cultural phenomenon. These lingering uncertainties shaped Atlanta's collective memory and highlighted the multifaceted challenges of prosecuting serial offenses within complex urban environments. One of the persistent areas of speculation involves the methodology of the investigation itself. While fiber evidence provided a crucial link in the courtroom, questions arose about other avenues that may have been underexplored. For example, some critics suggested that greater emphasis on DNA evidence, which was in its infancy during the early 1980s, could have produced additional confirmation of culpability. Investigators at the time relied on the best scientific tools available, but the evolution of forensic technology in the decades since has prompted reconsideration of cases like Atlanta's, fueling debate over whether newer methods might have yielded different insights or confirmed connections to additional victims. The question of multiple perpetrators remains another unresolved dimension. Although the prosecution presented a coherent case tying Williams to multiple murders, the variation in circumstances surrounding certain deaths has led some experts to speculate that other offenders might have operated concurrently. These hypotheses are bolstered by differences in victim selection, location, and timing in some instances. While no conclusive evidence has ever emerged to implicate another individual definitively, the possibility underscores the difficulty of reconstructing a complete and absolute understanding of serial crimes, especially in urban contexts with high population density and complex social networks. Community trust and perception have also played a significant role in the controversy. Atlanta's African American neighborhoods, where many of the murders occurred, were acutely sensitive to law enforcement practices, racial profiling, and systemic inequities. While the investigation was largely evidence-driven, some community members perceived it as influenced by external pressures, including public outcry, media scrutiny, and political oversight. These perceptions have fueled decades of debate, with some asserting that Williams was either unfairly targeted or, conversely, that systemic constraints delayed his apprehension. These dynamics illustrate how social context, race, and media influence can intersect with criminal investigations to shape both public understanding and historical interpretation. The families of victims faced profound psychological complexities. While the conviction brought a degree of closure, it did not erase the trauma of loss or the lingering questions about the complete truth. Some parents continued to seek answers regarding specific disappearances, hoping for clarity about the circumstances surrounding their children's deaths. Support networks, counseling services, and community advocacy groups emerged to help families navigate these ambiguities, offering emotional resources, legal guidance, and platforms for collective memory. These efforts underscored the enduring impact of the case on both individual and communal levels. Media retrospectives have played a central role in shaping contemporary understanding and ongoing debate. Documentaries, investigative journalism pieces, and dramatizations have revisited the case repeatedly, analyzing evidence, questioning procedural decisions, and exploring alternate theories. While such coverage has helped illuminate forensic innovation and investigative diligence, it has also amplified speculation, emphasizing gaps, ambiguities, and unanswered questions. This dual effect has solidified the Atlanta child murders as a subject of public fascination, illustrating the interplay between justice, media, and societal memory. The unresolved nature of the broader series of child murders also raises ethical and moral questions about prosecutorial strategy. By trying Williams only for the two adult murders, prosecutors avoided the challenges of circumstantial evidence in each child case, arguably ensuring a higher probability of conviction. Yet, this approach left many families feeling that the full scope of justice was never realized. Legal analysts debate whether this decision, while pragmatic, reflected systemic limitations, strategic caution, or a compromise between evidentiary certainty and the need for resolution. The tension between procedural efficacy and comprehensive justice remains a central element of the case's enduring controversy. Another enduring question revolves around Williams' motivations and psychology. Behavioral analysts have long speculated about underlying factors that may have contributed to his actions, including personality disorders, early life experiences, and environmental influences. Yet definitive understanding remains elusive, as direct insight into Williams' internal state is limited by the passage of time and the absence of comprehensive psychological evaluation publicly available. This uncertainty has allowed both scholars and the public to theorize about the mind of a serial offender, further fueling the mystique and fascination surrounding the case. Law enforcement reflections on the case continue to inform contemporary practice. Agencies study both the successes and perceived gaps in the Atlanta investigation to improve approaches to serial crimes, integrate technological advancements, and enhance community relations. The unresolved questions serve as instructive lessons, demonstrating the importance of meticulous evidence collection, cross-disciplinary collaboration, and transparent communication with the public. By examining both the achievements and controversies of the investigation, law enforcement agencies refine strategies for future cases, balancing procedural rigor with ethical and societal considerations. Ultimately, the Atlanta child murders endure as a cautionary tale, a complex convergence of crime, science, society, and culture. Wayne Williams' conviction addressed certain legal questions, but left broader mysteries unresolved, highlighting the limits of certainty in the investigation of serial crimes. For families, communities, and scholars, the case remains both a source of reflection and a catalyst for ongoing inquiry, illustrating the enduring challenges of pursuing justice in circumstances that are emotionally charged, socially complex, and scientifically evolving. The unanswered questions, controversies, and speculations ensure that the Atlanta child murders continue to occupy a unique and somber place in American criminal history, shaping discourse, policy, and collective memory even decades after the last courtroom verdict. Chapter 12: Wayne Williams Today, Life Behind Bars and Legacy. Following his conviction in 1982, Wayne Williams was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, confined to serve his sentence in Georgia's correctional system. From that moment onward, the narrative surrounding Williams shifted from the sensationalized trial and investigation to the more prosaic, yet no less complex, reality of life behind bars. Prison life, often monotonous and regimented, became the setting in which the infamous figure was now contained. Yet the broader implications of his conviction and the legacy of the Atlanta child murders continued to ripple through society, law enforcement, and the public imagination. Inside the correctional facilities, Williams' life has been structured around the strict rules, schedules, and hierarchies that govern the prison system. Days are regimented, typically beginning with early morning routines, counts, meals, and mandatory activities such as work assignments or educational programs. In this environment, personal freedoms are severely curtailed, and the monotony of routine is both a psychological challenge and a mechanism for control. Williams, like all inmates serving life sentences, must navigate the social dynamics of the prison, balancing interactions with guards, fellow prisoners, and administrative protocols while adjusting to the prolonged loss of autonomy inherent in incarceration. Life in prison has also provided Williams with ample time for reflection, self-assessment, and engagement with limited external interactions. Inmates serving life sentences often develop structured routines to cope with the psychological strain of confinement. These routines may include reading, writing, educational programs, religious participation, or introspection. For someone like Williams, whose past involved highly calculated, methodical criminal behavior, such structure may both mirror aspects of his previous life patterns and provide a framework for coping with the restrictions of incarceration. The isolation, though challenging, can foster a heightened awareness of time, consequences, and personal identity within the rigid confines of prison life. Public fascination with Williams has persisted despite his incarceration. Documentaries, news reports, and books have chronicled both his crimes and his life behind bars, creating a dual narrative that blends criminal infamy with the human reality of imprisonment. While many view him solely through the lens of his criminal actions, others have examined the sociological and psychological dimensions of his incarceration. Questions arise regarding rehabilitation, remorse, and psychological transformation within the confines of life imprisonment. However, given the severity of his crimes and the life sentence without parole, discussions of rehabilitation are largely theoretical, focusing more on the broader implications of long-term confinement rather than practical outcomes. That Williams' incarceration also serves as a symbol within public discourse about justice, accountability, and societal safety. His life behind bars represents a resolution of sorts, yet it does not erase the trauma inflicted on victims' families or the city of Atlanta. For many, his confinement is a tangible assurance that he no longer poses a threat to children, while for others, it is a reminder of the complex interplay between punishment, societal healing, and unresolved questions about the full extent of his actions. The permanence of his sentence underscores society's determination to protect the public, while simultaneously highlighting the limitations of the legal system in addressing the emotional and moral dimensions of serial crimes. Legal scholars and criminologists continue to analyze Williams' incarceration as part of the broader legacy of the Atlanta child murders. Life imprisonment without parole eliminates the possibility of reintegration into society, raising questions about the objectives of sentencing: deterrence, retribution, incapacitation, and, theoretically, rehabilitation. In Williams' case, the emphasis is clearly on retribution and incapacitation, reflecting societal priorities when dealing with particularly heinous crimes. Scholars examine such sentences to explore broader patterns in criminal justice, including the ethical implications of lifelong confinement and the psychological effects on both inmates and the broader community. Media portrayals of Williams have fluctuated between sensationalism and sober analysis. Early coverage, dominated by the trial and investigative breakthroughs, cast him as the archetypal serial predator. In later years, media narratives have shifted toward reflection on the investigative process, forensic science, and the broader social context of his crimes. Interviews with law enforcement officials, journalists, and academics have examined not only Williams' actions, but also the systemic factors that allowed the murders to persist for years. This dual narrative, criminal infamy versus systemic analysis, contributes to a more nuanced understanding of his legacy, emphasizing both personal culpability and the lessons learned by society. In prison, Williams' interactions with fellow inmates and guards are shaped by the social hierarchies typical of correctional institutions. Life-sentenced inmates often occupy specific social roles, influenced by perceived power, notoriety, and behavior. Williams' notoriety as a convicted serial killer contributes to his social identity within the prison system, potentially affording both cautionary respect and scrutiny from others. These dynamics, while largely internal to the prison environment, provide insights into how social reputation, historical infamy, and past criminal behavior continue to influence interpersonal relationships, even decades after the original crimes. Beyond the immediate prison context, Williams' legacy is closely intertwined with Atlanta's historical memory. The city continues to grapple with the cultural, social, and psychological impacts of the murders. Commemorations, documentaries, and public discourse revisit the events to educate new generations, honor victims, and underscore the importance of vigilance, child safety, and forensic innovation. Williams' presence, though physically confined, remains symbolically significant in these narratives, representing both the threat he once posed and the societal mechanisms deployed to address it. The evolution of Williams' story, from active predator to incarcerated figure, provides a case study in criminal justice, societal response, and the long-term consequences of serial crime. His confinement encapsulates both punishment and protection, reflecting a societal consensus that the threat he posed must be permanently neutralized. Yet, the broader legacy, encompassing forensic innovation, community resilience, racial and social discourse, and cultural memory, ensures that Williams' impact extends far beyond prison walls. The Atlanta child murders remain a cautionary tale, a reminder of the fragility of safety, and a testament to the enduring intersection of crime, justice, and societal reflection. Life behind bars has remained largely consistent for Wayne Williams over the decades, marked by routines, regulations, and the absence of freedom. For a man whose earlier life involved mobility, autonomy, and predatory planning, incarceration imposed a rigid structure that governs every aspect of daily existence. Prison schedules dictate movement, activities, and interactions, creating a world defined by confinement and surveillance. Guards monitor behavior, counts occur at scheduled intervals, and opportunities for privacy are minimal. The monotony, though psychologically challenging, becomes a central part of adapting to life in a correctional facility. That Williams' notoriety has also influenced his interactions within the prison population. High-profile inmates often occupy unique social positions, balancing notoriety, caution, and interactions with fellow prisoners. Some inmates may avoid engaging due to the perceived risk associated with his crimes, while others might approach with curiosity, hostility, or deference. The social dynamics of incarceration, compounded by the enduring public awareness of his criminal history, create a microcosm in which reputation, fear, and infamy intermingle. Such dynamics provide insight into the ways past behavior continues to shape present circumstances, even in a highly regulated and constrained environment. Educational and recreational programs offer a degree of engagement for life-sentenced inmates. Participation in such activities provides cognitive stimulation, mitigates the psychological impact of confinement, and allows prisoners to occupy their time productively. For Williams, these programs may have provided opportunities for reading, writing, or limited study, potentially fostering introspection or engagement with broader intellectual pursuits. While rehabilitation is not the primary goal in cases involving life without parole, structured activity can help mitigate mental deterioration and provide a sense of purpose within an otherwise restricted existence. Williams' health and well-being have also been a consideration over the decades. Long-term imprisonment can impact physical and mental health due to the stress of confinement, limited mobility, and restricted access to varied healthcare resources. Correctional facilities implement protocols to monitor and manage inmate health, but the challenges of aging in prison, combined with the psychological burden of a life sentence, create unique difficulties. These factors are not unique to Williams, but represent broader realities for individuals serving decades-long or permanent sentences, highlighting the interplay of physical, psychological, and institutional pressures in long-term incarceration. Public fascination with Williams has persisted through the decades, extending into literature, documentaries, podcasts, and online forums. His life behind bars continues to be analyzed not only for insights into his behavior and crimes, but also as a window into the effectiveness and human impact of long-term imprisonment. Scholars, criminologists, and journalists revisit the case to explore questions about culpability, forensic methodology, systemic response, and societal impact. While media attention focuses on the past crimes, it also indirectly illuminates ongoing questions about punishment, morality, and the social function of incarceration. Williams' legacy is inseparable from the broader narrative of the Atlanta child murders. The case transformed both law enforcement practices and public understanding of serial crimes. It highlighted the importance of forensic innovation, particularly the use of fiber evidence, and demonstrated the value of behavioral profiling in serial investigations. Williams' incarceration underscores the principle of incapacitation, ensuring that a convicted serial offender cannot pose further harm to society. Yet, the broader lessons extend to crime prevention, child safety, community engagement, and the integration of scientific methods in investigative work. The symbolic dimension of Williams' life in prison cannot be understated. While confined physically, his story continues to influence public consciousness, educational initiatives, and civic dialogue. Annual reflections, commemorative events, and continued media interest keep the memory of the victims alive while ensuring that the societal lessons of the murders are not forgotten. In this sense, Williams' presence behind bars serves as a constant reminder of both the human cost of violent crime and the societal mechanisms designed to prevent recurrence. The psychological legacy of Williams' confinement also extends to families, communities, and institutions. While his imprisonment provides a measure of security and accountability, it cannot undo the trauma experienced by victims' families or erase the fear instilled in the city of Atlanta during the years of the murders. Counseling, memorialization, and ongoing education become essential tools in addressing the residual effects of his crimes. The case has thus generated a layered understanding of justice, combining legal, social, psychological, and ethical considerations that persist decades beyond the immediate events. Examining Williams' life today provides a broader lens for understanding the dynamics of serial crime, punishment, and societal response. It highlights how justice, while pursued in the courtroom, continues to resonate through incarceration, public memory, and institutional reflection. Williams' story underscores the enduring tension between punishment, moral accountability, and the societal need for closure. His life behind bars, though hidden from daily public view, remains a vital element in the narrative of the Atlanta child murders, serving as both consequence and symbol. Ultimately, the legacy of Wayne Williams and the Atlanta child murders extends far beyond individual guilt. It encompasses lessons in forensic science, law enforcement innovation, community resilience, and societal vigilance. While Williams serves his sentence, the case continues to shape discourse on justice, morality, and the long-term consequences of violent crime. Atlanta's experience remains instructive, reminding us that the ripples of such crimes extend through decades, influencing institutions, communities, and cultural consciousness alike. The story of Wayne Williams, confined yet ever-present in public memory, epitomizes the enduring intersection of crime, justice, and societal reflection. Chapter 13: Media Portrayals: How the Case Shaped Public Perception. The Atlanta child murders were not only a series of heinous crimes that terrorized the city, they also became a watershed moment in the relationship between media, crime, and public perception. From the late 1970s through the early 1980s, local and national media outlets devoted extensive coverage to the disappearances, investigations, arrests, and trial of Wayne Williams. This sustained attention amplified the drama, heightened public anxiety, and shaped the way society understood both the crimes themselves and the broader implications of serial murder in urban America. From the earliest reports of missing children, journalists quickly recognized the gravity and pattern of the situation. Newspapers such as the Atlanta Journal-Constitution meticulously chronicled each disappearance, providing detailed accounts of victims' last known movements, family statements, and police efforts. This reporting served a dual purpose: informing the public about potential dangers while also building a narrative framework that connected individual cases into a broader story of serial predation. Local radio and television stations similarly engaged the public with nightly news updates, emergency bulletins, and special investigative reports. The immediacy of these broadcasts made the fear palpable, drawing Atlanta residents into a collective anxiety that permeated daily life. National media attention soon followed, amplifying both the scope and impact of the case. Major television networks, newspapers, and magazines reported on Atlanta's unfolding tragedy, framing it as a critical story about the vulnerability of children in urban centers. National audiences became familiar with the details of the murders, the city's fear, and the challenges faced by law enforcement. Coverage often highlighted the unique elements of the investigation, including the use of fiber evidence and behavioral profiling, which were groundbreaking at the time. Through these reports, the Atlanta child murders entered the public imagination as not just a local crisis, but a national phenomenon, reflecting broader concerns about crime, safety, and justice in American society. The media's portrayal of Wayne Williams, both before and during his trial, significantly influenced public perception. News outlets often emphasized his proximity to abduction sites, patterns of behavior, and eventual arrest, creating a narrative of inevitability that framed him as the central figure responsible for the killings. Early photographs, interviews with acquaintances, and anecdotal accounts helped construct a persona that the public could associate with the crimes. While journalistic standards required factual reporting, the nature of high-profile crime coverage inevitably involved narrative construction, which shaped how audiences understood culpability, risk, and the broader social context. Television documentaries and special reports contributed to the enduring mythos of the case. Visual storytelling, reenactments, and expert commentary allowed audiences to engage with complex investigative details in accessible ways. Fiber analysis, geographic profiling, and witness testimonies were translated into compelling narratives that highlighted both the sophistication of law enforcement and the horror of the crimes. These portrayals reinforced public understanding of serial murder as a calculated, methodical phenomenon, heightening awareness while also cementing the case's place in the annals of American criminal history. Media attention also influenced the broader investigation. Public pressure, amplified by continuous reporting, created a sense of urgency for law enforcement officials tasked with solving the murders. While this attention helped maintain focus on the cases, it also introduced challenges. Investigators had to balance operational secrecy with the public's demand for information, ensuring that sensitive details were not compromised while keeping communities informed. The intense scrutiny shaped procedural decisions, resource allocation, and communication strategies, illustrating the complex interplay between media, public perception, and law enforcement priorities. Journalistic coverage occasionally sparked controversy. Some critics argued that early media reports may have fueled panic or contributed to misperceptions about certain neighborhoods and individuals. Reports emphasizing Williams' racial identity and residence in specific areas led to discussions about implicit bias in media representation, community stigmatization, and the potential influence on public opinion before the trial even began. These debates highlighted the ethical responsibilities of journalists covering high-profile criminal cases, emphasizing the need for accuracy, fairness, and sensitivity in reporting, particularly when the stakes involve life, liberty, and communal trust. Print media, particularly in the pre-digital era, played a critical archival role. Newspapers meticulously documented case details, trial developments, and community reactions, creating a permanent record that has since been referenced in books, documentaries, and academic studies. This archival function ensured that even decades later, researchers, journalists, and the public could trace the evolution of both the investigation and media coverage. By preserving these details, newspapers and magazines contributed to a collective historical memory of the Atlanta child murders, maintaining awareness of the events, the investigative process, and the societal impact long after the initial news cycle had ended. The media also influenced public policy and community initiatives. Coverage highlighting parental concerns, neighborhood vulnerabilities, and the challenges faced by law enforcement spurred local and state authorities to implement child safety programs, increase police-community collaboration, and improve emergency response protocols. The visibility of the crimes emphasized the urgency of preventive measures, demonstrating how sustained media attention can catalyze both public awareness and institutional reform. The Atlanta child murders thus illustrate the dual role of media, reporting on crime while simultaneously shaping societal response and policy initiatives. Beyond immediate coverage, retrospective media analyses have kept the case alive in public consciousness. Documentaries, investigative podcasts, and streaming content revisit evidence, interview participants, and explore lingering questions about Williams' culpability and potential alternate theories. These portrayals often blend historical documentation with narrative dramatization, reinforcing public engagement and curiosity. For younger audiences or those previously unfamiliar with the events, modern media presentations serve as both educational tools and compelling storytelling vehicles, ensuring that the Atlanta child murders remain a significant cultural reference point decades after the original crimes. The long-term influence of media portrayals of the Atlanta child murders extended well beyond immediate news coverage, shaping public understanding, cultural memory, and the narrative framework through which the case would be interpreted for decades. As documentaries, investigative books, and dramatizations proliferated, the story of Wayne Williams and the tragic deaths of over 20 children became emblematic of both the power of media and the enduring societal fascination with serial crime. These portrayals were instrumental in framing how the public perceives both individual criminality and systemic responses to serial offenses. One key aspect of media influence was its role in constructing a narrative of fear and vigilance. Detailed reporting on abduction patterns, investigation techniques, and trial proceedings amplified public awareness while also reinforcing the perception that a single, calculated predator posed a continuous threat. Television reenactments and dramatizations emphasized suspense, often condensing years of complex investigation into digestible storylines that accentuated tension and urgency. While such portrayals educated the public about forensic techniques and investigative diligence, they also heightened collective anxiety, embedding a sense of vulnerability in the city's cultural memory. Media narratives frequently highlighted the innovative aspects of the investigation. The use of fiber evidence and behavioral profiling, pioneering at the time, became central motifs in coverage. By emphasizing these scientific breakthroughs, journalists and documentary producers reinforced the notion that modern forensic science was capable of tackling complex serial crimes. This focus not only contributed to public trust in law enforcement's capacity, but also positioned the Atlanta child murders as a case study in investigative innovation. For students, professionals, and amateur enthusiasts of criminal justice, the coverage provided insights into the evolving methodology of forensic science, bridging public curiosity with technical understanding. Yet media portrayals were not without controversy. Critics argued that certain coverage risked oversimplifying the nuances of the investigation or reinforcing unverified assumptions about Williams' guilt in every case. Headlines and dramatizations sometimes accentuated the narrative of a single, omnipresent perpetrator, overshadowing the complexities, evidentiary limitations, and societal factors at play. Ethical concerns arose regarding sensationalism, potential bias, and the psychological impact on surviving families. These critiques highlighted the delicate balance media must maintain when reporting on high-profile criminal cases. The tension between engaging storytelling and accurate, responsible journalism. Books and academic analyses also contributed to shaping public perception. Investigative journalists and criminologists revisited case files, interviewed law enforcement officials, and examined trial transcripts to provide comprehensive accounts of the events. These detailed treatments allowed audiences to engage with the case beyond superficial narratives, understanding the methodological rigor, challenges, and ethical dilemmas faced by investigators. Scholarly works emphasized procedural details, forensic methodologies, and behavioral profiling, while also addressing social context, systemic shortcomings, and racial dynamics, offering a more nuanced and critical perspective than mainstream news coverage. Television documentaries played a particularly influential role in framing Williams' persona. Visual media have the power to humanize or vilify, depending on narrative choices. By combining archival footage, interviews, reenactments, and expert commentary, documentaries created compelling narratives that reinforced the dramatic arc of the investigation, Williams' arrest, and subsequent conviction. The portrayal of Williams' life before, during, and after the crimes contributed to a cultural understanding of the individual as both a subject of fear and a case study in criminal behavior. These representations continue to influence public discourse, shaping perceptions of culpability, methodical planning, and psychological profiling in serial crimes. The Internet era further transformed media influence, providing platforms for renewed discussion, debate, and investigation. Online articles, podcasts, forums, and video content allow new generations to explore the Atlanta child murders in depth. Audiences can access primary source materials, trial documentation, and detailed analyses, fostering engagement that blends historical documentation with contemporary interpretation. This democratization of information has allowed for diverse perspectives, including re-examinations of Williams' culpability, debates over forensic evidence, and broader reflections on societal response. The case has thus transitioned from a local crisis to an enduring, global point of inquiry and cultural fascination. Media portrayals have also impacted collective memory and civic consciousness. Annual remembrances, educational programs, and public discussions about child safety often draw upon narratives established by media coverage. The sustained attention reinforces lessons about vigilance, forensic innovation, and community involvement, ensuring that the tragedies of the Atlanta child murders continue to resonate. By documenting both procedural successes and societal failings, media representations have contributed to a dual legacy, honoring victims while fostering ongoing dialogue about crime prevention, law enforcement practices, and ethical journalism. Importantly, the interplay between media, public perception, and investigative strategy remains instructive for contemporary criminal justice. Law enforcement agencies recognize that public scrutiny, amplified by media coverage, can influence investigative priorities, resource allocation, and procedural decisions. The Atlanta child murders case illustrates both the benefits and challenges of media engagement. It can sustain public attention, provide crucial information, and reinforce transparency, yet it can also create pressure, encourage sensationalism, and complicate investigative work. Understanding this dynamic is essential for contemporary policing, journalism, and civic planning. Ultimately, media portrayals have immortalized the Atlanta child murders in cultural memory. By highlighting investigative breakthroughs, humanizing victims, and dramatizing the dangers of serial predation, these portrayals ensure that the case remains a touchstone in discussions of forensic science, criminal behavior, and societal response. Wayne Williams, whether as a convicted perpetrator or a subject of ongoing debate, exists within a narrative shaped and amplified by media, illustrating the enduring power of storytelling in shaping both understanding and memory. The intersection of crime, media, and public perception in this case provides lessons not only for Atlanta, but for societies worldwide confronting the realities of serial violence, justice, and collective trauma. Chapter 14: Impact on Forensic Science and Criminal Profiling. The Atlanta child murders case, culminating in the conviction of Wayne Williams, is widely regarded as a landmark in forensic science and criminal profiling. The investigation highlighted the potential of emerging scientific techniques to solve complex serial crimes and reshaped approaches to law enforcement investigations nationwide. From fiber analysis to behavioral profiling, the methods employed in Atlanta set precedents that continue to influence forensic science, investigative methodology, and criminal justice education. The case represents a pivotal moment in which scientific rigor and methodical analysis became central to apprehending a serial killer. One of the most significant innovations in the Atlanta investigation was the use of fiber evidence. Prior to this case, fiber comparison was not widely recognized as a decisive tool in criminal investigations. Law enforcement officials meticulously collected fibers from victims' clothing, homes, and other crime scenes, comparing them with materials found in Williams' home, vehicle, and personal belongings. Microscopic analysis allowed investigators to determine color, weave, texture, and chemical composition, establishing connections that circumstantial evidence alone could not provide. This level of detail transformed the evidentiary landscape, demonstrating that small, often overlooked elements could play a pivotal role in constructing a case against a serial offender. The reliability and scrutiny of fiber evidence in the trial marked a turning point for forensic credibility. Expert witnesses detailed the methods used for collection, analysis, and comparison, explaining how fiber characteristics could link a suspect to multiple victims. Defense attorneys challenged these techniques, raising concerns about potential contamination or misidentification. Yet the meticulous documentation, cross-referencing, and laboratory procedures ultimately strengthened the prosecution's case. The successful use of fiber evidence in a high-profile trial established it as a credible scientific method and paved the way for broader adoption in criminal investigations, influencing both methodology and legal precedent. Behavioral profiling, another critical component of the investigation, represented a pioneering approach to understanding serial offenders. Criminal psychologists and investigators analyzed patterns of abduction, victim selection, and geographic clustering to develop a profile of the likely perpetrator. This profile included not only demographic predictions, but also insights into behavioral tendencies, personality traits, and potential psychological motivations. The integration of behavioral science with empirical evidence allowed investigators to focus resources more effectively, anticipate potential actions of the perpetrator, and narrow the field of suspects, illustrating the practical utility of profiling in real-world investigations. Geographic profiling further enhanced investigative precision. Investigators mapped the locations of abductions, discovery sites, and witness sightings, identifying patterns that suggested areas of familiarity and habitual movement for the suspect. This approach allowed law enforcement to predict potential abduction sites, allocate surveillance strategically, and develop investigative hypotheses grounded in spatial analysis. The combination of behavioral and geographic profiling demonstrated the power of interdisciplinary collaboration, integrating psychology, criminology, and data analysis to create a comprehensive investigative framework. The Atlanta child murders also underscored the importance of meticulous evidence collection and documentation. Investigators recognized that serial offenses often leave a trail of subtle, interconnected clues. Every detail, from fibers to witness observations, was recorded systematically to ensure accuracy and preserve the integrity of the case. This level of diligence reinforced the importance of procedural rigor, emphasizing that successful prosecutions depend on both the quality of evidence and the discipline with which it is managed. The case became a teaching model for law enforcement training programs, highlighting the necessity of thorough documentation and chain-of-custody procedures in forensic investigations. The integration of scientific and behavioral methods in Atlanta had broader implications for law enforcement practices nationwide. Police departments across the United States studied the case to adopt similar approaches in serial crime investigations. Training programs increasingly incorporated fiber analysis, geographic mapping, and offender profiling into curricula, emphasizing the need for multidisciplinary expertise. Investigators recognized that solving complex crimes required collaboration between forensic scientists, behavioral analysts, and traditional law enforcement officers, reinforcing a paradigm shift toward evidence-based, scientifically informed policing. The case also illuminated the limitations and challenges of early forensic methods. While fiber analysis proved instrumental, it remained a developing science, subject to interpretive nuances and procedural rigor. The debate surrounding the evidentiary weight of such techniques highlighted the need for ongoing research, standardization, and methodological refinement. In the decades since, advancements in DNA analysis, digital forensics, and chemical tracing have built upon lessons learned from Atlanta, illustrating the evolutionary trajectory of forensic science driven by high-profile cases and innovative applications. Media portrayal of forensic breakthroughs further reinforced public understanding of science in criminal investigations. Documentaries, news coverage, and books often emphasized fiber analysis, and behavioral profiling as central to solving the Atlanta murders. This coverage educated the public about the practical utility of scientific methods, simultaneously enhancing trust in law enforcement's capacity while creating fascination with the detective process. The case served as an early example of how forensic science could capture both professional interest and popular imagination, bridging technical methodology with societal engagement. Beyond the technical aspects, the Atlanta child murders demonstrated the value of integrating investigative psychology into law enforcement. Understanding the cognitive patterns, behavioral tendencies, and environmental familiarity of a serial offender allowed authorities to anticipate potential actions, strategize interventions, and construct coherent case narratives. The lessons learned in Atlanta laid the foundation for modern criminal profiling, emphasizing the predictive power of behavioral analysis, the integration of multidisciplinary knowledge, and the practical application of psychological insights to prevent, investigate, and prosecute serial crimes effectively. The influence of the Atlanta child murders on forensic science and criminal profiling extended far beyond the courtroom, shaping investigative methodology and criminal justice education for decades. The case exemplified the synergy between scientific innovation, behavioral analysis, and law enforcement practice, demonstrating how meticulous evidence collection and interdisciplinary collaboration can solve complex serial offenses. By examining the broader ramifications of the case, one can understand how it catalyzed systemic changes in criminal investigation and forensic application. Following the trial, law enforcement agencies nationwide scrutinized the Atlanta investigation as a benchmark in forensic methodology. Departments recognized the value of fiber analysis, not merely as a supplementary tool, but as a central component of building a circumstantial case. The techniques developed and validated in Atlanta informed procedural guidelines, quality control protocols, and laboratory standards, ensuring that evidence could withstand legal scrutiny. By institutionalizing these practices, the case contributed to the standardization and professionalization of forensic science, demonstrating the practical utility of precise, systematic analysis in high-stakes investigations. Behavioral profiling, which had been employed strategically to narrow the suspect pool, became an increasingly formalized tool within law enforcement training. Psychologists, criminologists, and law enforcement officials began collaborating more systematically, developing protocols for predicting offender behavior, understanding victim selection, and anticipating movement patterns. The Atlanta child murders illustrated that profiling was not merely speculative. When grounded in empirical observation and investigative rigor, it could guide resource allocation, surveillance strategy, and investigative focus. The integration of profiling into standard investigative practice reflects the enduring influence of the case on modern criminal justice methodology. Geographic profiling, a relatively novel concept at the time, also gained significant traction in response to the Atlanta investigation. Mapping abduction sites, witness sightings, and disposal locations provided actionable insights into the perpetrator's likely areas of familiarity and habitual movement. These insights allowed investigators to focus surveillance, anticipate potential crimes, and identify patterns that might otherwise remain obscured. Today, geographic profiling has evolved into a critical aspect of serial crime investigations, incorporating advanced computational models and spatial analysis tools. Atlanta's case remains a foundational example of its practical application, demonstrating the power of spatial reasoning in crime solving. The Atlanta child murders also emphasize the importance of interagency collaboration. Local police, federal investigators, and forensic specialists work together to pool resources, share information, and apply specialized knowledge. This collaboration set a precedent for future serial crime investigations, highlighting the benefits of coordinated effort across disciplines and jurisdictions. Agencies recognize that complex cases often exceed the capacity of a single department, and that shared expertise, from forensic science to psychological analysis, enhances investigative efficacy. The case demonstrated the value of integrating diverse skill sets to construct a comprehensive understanding of criminal behavior and evidence. Education and training in law enforcement were profoundly influenced by Atlanta's methodologies. Police academies and criminal justice programs incorporated case studies emphasizing fiber analysis, behavioral profiling, and geographic mapping. These educational initiatives reinforced the need for empirical rigor, interdisciplinary collaboration, and ethical investigative practice. By analyzing both the successes and limitations of the Atlanta investigation, students and professionals gained insight into the evolution of forensic science and the practical application of behavioral theory to real-world criminal cases. The case became a cornerstone in teaching modern investigative methodology. The public's understanding of forensic science also evolved as a result of the case. Media coverage highlighted the role of fiber analysis, behavioral profiling, and investigative psychology in solving crimes, translating technical methods into narratives that captured public attention. This not only enhanced the credibility of law enforcement, but also fostered broader societal interest in forensic science. Popular culture, inspired in part by the case, began to integrate forensic techniques into television shows, literature, and media portrayals, cementing the Atlanta child murders as a reference point in both professional and public consciousness. Moreover, the case influenced the ethical and procedural standards surrounding the presentation of forensic evidence in court. The scrutiny of fiber analysis during Williams' trial highlighted the necessity of transparency, rigorous methodology, and expert testimony in establishing the reliability of emerging scientific techniques. This attention set the stage for subsequent cases to approach forensic evidence with greater methodological care, reinforcing the intersection of science and law in achieving just outcomes. The Atlanta case served as both a cautionary and instructive example of how scientific innovation can shape and be scrutinized within the judicial process. Finally, the enduring legacy of the Atlanta child murders in forensic science and criminal profiling is reflected in ongoing research, methodological refinement, and investigative innovation. Scholars and practitioners continue to study the case for insights into serial offender behavior, the application of trace evidence, and the integration of psychological and spatial analysis in criminal investigation. The case illustrates that solving complex crimes requires a balance of meticulous evidence collection, scientific innovation, behavioral understanding, and strategic foresight. Its influence persists in contemporary criminal justice, ensuring that lessons learned from Atlanta continue to inform the pursuit of justice and the prevention of future crimes. Chapter 15: Legacy and Lessons. How Atlanta Shaped Future Serial Crime Investigations. The Atlanta child murders, culminating in the arrest and conviction of Wayne Williams, left an indelible mark on law enforcement, forensic science, and the broader understanding of serial crimes. Beyond the immediate horror of the crimes themselves, the investigation served as a blueprint for handling complex, prolonged, and highly publicized cases involving multiple victims. Its legacy is multifaceted, encompassing procedural innovation, societal reflection, and the ethical challenges inherent in prosecuting serial offenses. The lessons gleaned from Atlanta continue to influence investigative strategies, media engagement, and public policy in the decades since the events unfolded point one of the most profound legacies of the Atlanta investigation lies in its demonstration of the power and limitations of forensic science. Fiber analysis, which played a central role in connecting Williams to several victims, highlighted the value of trace evidence in establishing circumstantial links between suspects and crimes. Prior to this case, trace evidence was often considered supplemental rather than central. Atlanta changed that perception, showing that meticulous collection, analysis, and documentation could significantly enhance a prosecution's case. Law enforcement agencies nationwide began to incorporate fiber, hair, and other microscopic evidence into standard investigative procedures, transforming how investigators approached complex serial cases. The case also underscored the importance of integrating behavioral science into criminal investigations. Behavioral profiling, while still relatively novel at the time, provided law enforcement with actionable insights into the likely characteristics, routines, and motivations of the perpetrator. Profilers in Atlanta analyzed abduction patterns, victim selection, and disposal methods to construct a psychological and behavioral profile of Williams, allowing investigators to focus resources more strategically. This approach demonstrated that understanding the cognitive and behavioral tendencies of serial offenders could complement traditional evidence-gathering methods, creating a more holistic investigative strategy. Geographic profiling emerged as another lasting contribution from the Atlanta case. By mapping abduction locations, disposal sites, and sighting reports, investigators could identify patterns indicative of a perpetrator's familiarity with specific areas. This allowed law enforcement to narrow investigative focus, predict potential crime locations, and prioritize resources efficiently. Modern law enforcement agencies continue to employ geographic profiling, now enhanced with computational modeling and data analytics, illustrating how the foundational lessons from Atlanta remain relevant in contemporary crime solving. The Atlanta investigation also demonstrated the critical importance of interagency collaboration. Local police, federal authorities, forensic experts, and behavioral specialists worked in coordination to share information, pool resources, and apply diverse expertise. This multidisciplinary approach proved essential in addressing a case of such scale and complexity, setting a precedent for future serial crime investigations. Today, multi-agency task forces are standard in handling complex serial offenses, and Atlanta is frequently cited as a formative example of how collaboration enhances investigative efficacy. Media management emerged as another key lesson. The Atlanta child murders were covered extensively by local and national news outlets, and the intense public scrutiny created both opportunities and challenges for law enforcement. On one hand, media coverage helped disseminate information, generate leads, and maintain public awareness. On the other hand, excessive speculation, sensationalism, and public pressure introduced operational difficulties and ethical considerations. The case highlighted the necessity of strategic media engagement, careful public communication, and balancing transparency with investigative integrity, lessons that remain essential for modern law enforcement dealing with high-profile serial crimes. The case also prompted reflection on societal vulnerabilities and systemic responsibilities. The victims of the Atlanta child murders were predominantly African American children, and the investigation illuminated disparities in attention, resources, and urgency in response to crimes affecting marginalized communities. Subsequent policy discussions, community engagement initiatives, and preventive measures have been informed by the awareness raised during Atlanta, emphasizing the need for equitable attention to all victims, regardless of social or demographic factors. The tragedy highlighted how social context, community involvement, and cultural dynamics intersect with crime prevention and law enforcement response. Forensic education and law enforcement training were directly influenced by the Atlanta case. Police academies, criminal justice programs, and forensic science courses incorporated the investigation as a case study to teach best practices in evidence collection, analysis, and case management. The meticulous documentation of procedures, innovative application of forensic science, and integration of behavioral profiling provided a comprehensive framework for understanding how complex serial crimes can be investigated systematically. These educational lessons ensure that generations of law enforcement professionals and forensic specialists are better prepared to tackle serial offenses effectively. Ethical considerations also became a central aspect of evaluating the Atlanta investigation. The case highlighted the delicate balance between pursuing swift justice and ensuring due process, particularly in high-profile cases. The reliance on circumstantial evidence, the strategic decision to try Williams only for the adult murders, and the intense media attention raised questions about fairness, accountability, and the long-term impact on victims' families. These considerations continue to inform discussions about prosecutorial strategy, investigative transparency, and ethical responsibility in serial crime investigations. Public awareness and community engagement emerged as another enduring legacy. The Atlanta child murders galvanized neighborhoods, parents, and civic organizations to advocate for child safety, improve policing, and community vigilance. The case illustrated that law enforcement alone cannot prevent serial offenses. Community involvement, reporting mechanisms, and public education are crucial components of a comprehensive approach to protecting vulnerable populations. Initiatives inspired by the case, from neighborhood watch programs to child safety campaigns, reflect the lasting societal impact of the tragedy. The enduring legacy of the Atlanta child murders extends into multiple aspects of criminal justice, shaping investigative protocols, societal awareness, and forensic innovation. While the immediate outcome, the conviction of Wayne Williams, provided a sense of closure, the broader implications of the case have influenced policy, training, and public discourse for decades, making Atlanta a pivotal reference point in understanding serial crimes in urban contexts. One of the most significant impacts lies in the evolution of forensic science. The meticulous use of fiber evidence in Atlanta demonstrated the value of trace materials in linking suspects to multiple crime scenes. Prior to this, such evidence was often regarded as supplementary. The case proved it could be decisive. In the years following, police departments and forensic laboratories nationwide expanded the collection and analysis of fibers, hairs, paint, soil, and other microscopic evidence. This shift reflected a broader embrace of scientific methodology in criminal investigations, emphasizing accuracy, documentation, and validation to support prosecutorial efforts. The Atlanta case thus catalyzed a paradigm shift, moving forensic science from supportive documentation to central evidentiary authority. Behavioral profiling also benefited from the lessons of Atlanta. Criminal psychologists observed that integrating behavioral and environmental data, such as abduction patterns, victim selection, and geographic familiarity, could yield actionable insights. Williams' behavioral tendencies, inferred from the timing and location of abductions, informed investigative strategy and resource allocation. Subsequent serial crime investigations adopted these principles, using profiling not merely for hypothesis generation, but as a strategic tool in preventing further offenses and guiding investigative focus. The Atlanta case validated the integration of psychological insight with empirical evidence, reinforcing the importance of interdisciplinary collaboration in law enforcement. Geographic profiling, refined through the Atlanta investigation, remains a cornerstone of modern serial crime analysis. Mapping abduction sites, disposal locations, and witness reports allowed investigators to visualize patterns of familiarity and predict future behavior. Today, advanced software and predictive modeling enhance this process, but the foundational principles remain rooted in lessons from Atlanta. By demonstrating the practical value of spatial analysis in complex investigations, the case influenced the adoption of geographic profiling as a standard component of serial crime task forces worldwide. The case also underscored the critical role of interagency collaboration. The Atlanta child murders involved local police, federal agents, forensic specialists, and behavioral experts working together to pool expertise and resources. This multidisciplinary approach illustrated the necessity of cooperative frameworks for tackling high-complexity investigations, setting a precedent for future serial crime task forces. Agencies now recognize that no single department possesses all the skills or resources required to manage prolonged serial investigations, and Atlanta remains a prime example of how coordinated effort enhances effectiveness. Media engagement and public communication emerged as enduring lessons as well. The Atlanta child murders highlighted both the power and pitfalls of media attention. Public awareness helped generate tips, maintain pressure on investigators, and highlight systemic issues, yet sensationalized reporting risked bias, panic, and misperception. Modern investigative strategy now incorporates media management plans, emphasizing transparency, factual reporting, and ethical communication, ensuring the public remains informed while preserving procedural integrity. The case serves as an enduring study in balancing operational secrecy with public accountability. The ethical dimensions of prosecutorial strategy also became a central takeaway. By trying Williams for only 2 adult murders, authorities maximized the likelihood of conviction while leaving broader questions about the full scope of child murders unresolved. This pragmatic approach illustrates the tension between evidentiary certainty and comprehensive justice, prompting ongoing discussion about fairness, accountability, and victim advocacy in serial crime cases. Atlanta's lessons inform contemporary debates over trial strategy, evidentiary standards, and ethical obligations in the pursuit of justice. Societal and community implications were equally profound. The case exposed vulnerabilities within marginalized neighborhoods, underscored the importance of child safety measures, and fostered civic engagement. Initiatives inspired by Atlanta, from neighborhood watch programs to educational campaigns, illustrate the enduring societal response to the murders. Communities learned that crime prevention requires not only law enforcement intervention but also public vigilance, systemic support, and proactive engagement. The case has influenced policy, child welfare practices, and community-oriented policing models, leaving a tangible mark on social infrastructure. Education and professional training continue to benefit from the Atlanta case study. Police academies, forensic science programs, and criminology courses analyze the investigation to teach best practices in evidence collection, behavioral profiling, forensic methodology, and task force coordination. By combining real-world examples with procedural insights, the case remains a cornerstone in teaching investigative rigor, interdisciplinary collaboration, and ethical responsibility. Law enforcement professionals today are better equipped to manage complex serial crimes due, in part, to the lessons derived from Atlanta. Finally, the Atlanta child murders have become a cultural touchstone, shaping public awareness of serial crime and the systemic lessons of investigation. The case emphasizes that understanding, preventing, and prosecuting serial offenses requires a synthesis of forensic science, behavioral analysis, interagency cooperation, media management, and community engagement. Wayne Williams' conviction, while providing legal resolution, represents only one dimension of a broader legacy. The transformative impact on law enforcement methodology, societal awareness, and the collective understanding of serial criminal behavior. Atlanta's lessons continue to resonate, providing guidance, cautionary insights, and a framework for protecting communities from the complex threats posed by serial offenders.